Good morning. It is our final Friday before the end of the year. The finals night field will be finalised at the end of the day before we break for Christmas at the end of tomorrow's action. But Christmas every day with Matthew Edgar alongside me. He'll be giving his thoughts on what's coming up in today's double session of darts. But first, we'll have a look back at what happened last night. Well, Matt, it was a night to forget, wasn't it, for Rob Collins? No wins at all for the Man of Steel.
And we did sort of see that coming into the day. His form's not been there, but he's shown very good signs, especially towards the end of the day, and he might start picking up some wins tonight.
Just the one for Kai Fan Lung, who maybe actually got away with the game that he did win, but lost the game that he should have won as well. However, 3 players all on 6 points in that group. Chris Landman, Richard Veenstra and Nick Kenny. Landman with some impressive stuff over the course of the evening, but Nick Kenny was probably the star performer.
Especially in the way he started the night of that 105.47 average, this amazing 146. He did look like the class act of the group, and when you look at the CVs and the resumes, he's got the best one.
A nice 127 and game finish here for Richard Veenstra to compound Collins' misery and keep himself firmly in contention. Well, let's get confirmation of the Group B table. We'll return to that this evening, but there are 3 players, as I said, tied on 6 points, and 3 go through from that group. Now, it's very rare that it looks pretty clear already going into the second night.
Yeah, so with that in mind, we're now going to look at realistically who's going to be winning that group. And we've got 3 players on 6 points. There's not much to separate them on the legs, so there's lots to play for tonight. I'm still sticking with Nick Kenny, who I put out yesterday on my prime picks. I think there was a lot of value there, and I think he could take that group. OK, well, let's look ahead to today's action then. Group C about to get back underway. Only 2 players go through from this group. Alec Small at the moment, standing tall at the top of the table. He's going to play in the first match as well, but he's not completely safe, is he? There are a couple of players just 2 points behind him. Oh yeah, it's not safe by a long way. There's still a lot to do. He could drop out of not just that top position, but the top 2, and that could happen in just 2 games' time. So he's not safe at all. He's got a lot of work to do. I still think maybe 3 wins might be enough for him to get through. He'll obviously want to win them all, but when we look further down the table, Tony Newell's got a good CV, good resume, but Leonard Gates, for me, is the man you've got to look at. He is the class act. He is the guy who's here preparing for the Alexandra Palace, where he'll go over on Monday. But he's got a tough start here. He's got to start against the 3 players that actually beat him yesterday. Yeah, well, are those the games that he'll be targeting? Do you think if he loses 1 or 2 of them, then the game could be up for Gates early in the day? He's got to win all 5 for me. He's on 4 points at the moment. I don't think 12 points is going to be enough. It rarely is. It's most of the time 14, and he's got to win all 5. I think if he loses 1, especially depending who that's to, let's say that's to Tony Newell, that's going to be a gap in the table, and all 5 needed. And I'd be a bit worried about Alec Small, because he's looked like the class act of this group. What about Luke Getty then? He's on the same points as Leonard Gates. Do you think he's capable of getting through? I think he's struggling a little bit, but he's finding something. We saw a different Luke Getty yesterday. We saw some aggression in there, and we really enjoyed that. That's what he tells us he likes to do on the county stage. Do that. Don't come here and be different. Come here and do what works for you. Do what got you to this stage. That's what Luke's really got to focus on today. Yeah, sound advice. Well, he is in action in the opening match. He's going to take on Alec Small. When the pair met yesterday, this is what happened. Small took out the 112 to get the match won 4-2. Look, he's a quick player. He's been very impressive both times, really. He didn't quite make it through, missed out by 2 points in Group C last time. Could that scar tissue come into play at all? No. He's still young. He's still got his whole career ahead of him. You start worrying about things when you start feeling the opportunity's gone or it's passed you by. Everything he's doing right now is positive. Everything he's doing is moving forward to the future. I think he gets through this. Well, there we go. Matthew Edgar with his prediction that Alec Small will make it through, but who will join him if he does? We'll find out over the course of 15 matches today, and guiding you through all of them, this man. And good morning, Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, good morning, Chris. And apologies for the jumper of Matthew Edgar there. It's Christmas every day in the comms box here with him. But it's Group C day. Another 2 players will be qualified for Saturday night. By the end of play today, and you picture there Luke Getty, who I've seen since Monday morning. He's had his trials and tribulations this week, and at times looked on the floor down and out. But he came back yesterday, rejuvenated, revigorated, really keen on putting 3 wins together yesterday, he felt, and just felt a little bit short of that, but he still feels he's very much in the running. Stayed back yesterday.
It's Luke to throw first.
I was just asking a couple of questions on thoughts about his process. Obviously, it was just a case of leaving him alone right now, but he seems to be playing with a bit of a smile on his face these days, which is good to see. Whereas Alec Small, this is the second time I've had the pleasure of commentating on this young man. Very fast, very natural, a real raw talent. Someone who won the Champion of Champions, which he was very proud of. A 10 grand prize as well.
134.
Proudly top of the table today. So it's a job half done for Alec Small so far.
100.
And the beauty of going on first is he can really make a statement here. And if he can get on to 10 points so early in the day, I think that would that might just be enough for him to kick on for the rest of the competition. But if Luke Getty has aspirations of reaching Saturday night,
100.
He needs to win this game himself. So all to play for. Sit back, enjoy. I'm joined by Matthew Edgar today. Both love our social media. So hashtag MSS Darts. Get any questions, anything you want to chat about. All things MODUS Super Series.
105.
Anything about the fantastic World Championships going on right now. Give us a message on Twitter.
Alec require 96.
He did this yesterday. He was straight out the traps. Starts well. Which, when you've got that Champion of Champions on your CV, you'd expect to be starting well. Or just a best of 3, a first of 2. From when you're playing your local all the way down to the final. Bullseye for 127 in game.
89.
Bit of a flyer there from Luke Getty, which we can dismiss this early in the morning. You're going to get a couple of those.
20.
He's got an opportunity, and that flyer actually went in the 12. The 12 has left him on that shot, but he's going to split. Leaves it on the Mensa.
Game shot on the first leg.
It's a good, solid holder throw, really, there from Luke Getty. He was under pressure. Alec came down very steady, 4 scores of a ton.
Second leg, it's Alec to throw first.
Holds on to his throw with sort of the same sort of level of performance we see in his county stage.
Good or a bad thing that he's got Alec Small first game of the day? Obviously, yesterday he was riding a crest of a wave, Alec, when he was playing Luke last game of the day. This morning, 9:30 in the morning. Is it a good or a bad thing?
Oh, it's a great thing.
123.
It's a great thing because Luke Getty's got some points on the board. And when you look at the group and you come into a day and you've got a chance to qualify still,
100.
Do you want to come in and try and take points off the bottom player, or do you want to double bubble and do you want to try stopping the top player from extending whilst putting points on your own tally? It's a great opportunity here for Luke Getty to do a bit of a double whammy and really start this day off.
140.
One thing about the MODUS Super Series, I think the first words that came out of Matt's mouth on Monday, it's a marathon or a sprint, and we felt a Tony Newell or a Luke Getty who pretty much had a disastrous sort of Group A along with Willem Mandigers. One of them could come through this Group C. He'll stay there. And like I said, what a sound foundation it would be if Luke could get through this game.
Luke require 98.
He's on a 2-dart combination, albeit a difficult one. Treble 19. All he can do is set it up, but they're the kind of finishers,
42.
Matt. If
Alec requires 60.
He does have dreams for Saturday night. Tops for 1-1.
40.
And
Luke
he is a weakness.
56.
He's had 2 chances now, Alec, already. I don't doubt his scoring prowess. And this has been the weakness for Luke this week. Is this going to be the moment for him?
36.
I think that was the same spot that Alec landed in.
We're hoping you can land that just slightly to the left.
Game shot on the second leg.
In the double 10 it goes, and there's that relief. But again, that sort of, oh, I've won a leg. I'm disappointed because it wasn't.
Third leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
I think 1-1's a fair score. They both had chances in the first 2 legs. And Luke will be staying
96.
down there. It's his dart. He's got to utilise that. It's a very simple
70.
game, dart at time. Mentally, if you're in a good place, just simply hold your throat and you'll win the game. But as we know, it's never as easy as that.
45.
Hoping you're enjoying the MODUS Super Series. Obviously, complemented with the World Championships that's going on right now.
100.
That amazing setup by Peter Wright yesterday. Father Christmas / the Grinch.
I've never seen the outfit before where it's been a combination of those two characters. I think you've got to commit to one or the other, haven't you?
Only at the darts.
41.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is our world champion. I seen you right on Twitter yesterday. So 18's a bull would be the shot if he's thinking
66.
well here. And that's a good sign for Luke early doors. This guy, raw talent.
100. Luke, you require 160.
As I reach my senior age in darts, I do have hopes that I can sort of mentor people, chat with people.
40.
And Alec Small fits the criteria. Maybe over Christmas. He did send me a couple of messages
95.
prior to
Luke, you require 120.
this competition, but I don't like to mess with people's heads so close to a tournament. But I think there's improvements with him. But it's tops for Getty right now.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's the kind of finishes he
Luke
wasn't
Getty.
getting this week, Matt. And like I said, if there is someone who's going to come through the pack today, whether it be Luke, whether it be Tony,
Full
they're
Vegas,
the type
Alex
of finishes that you need. And one thing I have liked about Luke this week is his raw aggression, his determination. You know, despite at times being on some heavy or / unlucky defeats. So it's great to see that the belief's
60.
still there. And they're 3 well-thrown darts, and it's frustrating when you hear 60 at that point.
45.
I mentioned earlier on in the week when Adam Warner was playing and he had that great day on day 1 and he came in on day 2. I asked the question,
46.
now he's playing with expectation. Do we see the same level of performance? I'm going to ask that same question about Alec Small.
100.
Actually. Now he's come and he's shown us what he can do. Now we know what to expect from Alex. Does it now become harder to come here,
100.
apply that, and get through this group? Because he has gone to be strong favourite with the bookies.
Can I ask you a question on the angle there of that camera
100.
work there? You're someone who used to walk on your third dart. If I was hypercritical of Alec, he does exactly the same. Is that something you would just allow his natural flow to do?
Alec require 156.
Or is it something that you'd pick up and have a chat with him just as he goes for this 156?
100. Luke, you require 115. $29.
So for a
Alec, you
level
require
game,
56.
56, double 4. I don't think that was the plan, though.
No score.
And he's busted
Luke,
the
you
score.
require
Great
86.
opportunity now for Luke Getty to Getty the lead and extend it to break the throne.
Did you say Getty the lead there? What a dart that is. These are the types of moments. It's been a long, tough week, but this is an opportunity to go 3-1 against the top of the table
Shot on
player.
the fourth leg. Luke Getty.
And them darts, I absolutely love. So what you've got to think about here, if you haven't been watching all week, Luke's been on the end of some beatings. He's been on the end of huge disappointments. But the beauty of the MODUS Super Series is that when you do come back into Group C, everything starts on 0. You had a fairly decent day yesterday.
58.
And when he woke up this morning, he thought, well, I've got Alec Small. If I am going to get to Saturday night, I'm being very selfish.
60.
I hope he does get here on Saturday night because he's a local boy. And we want this room filling up for our last Saturday night of 2022. And it's a great start from the Hampshire County player.
Yeah, going back to your question that you asked there about
100.
Alec Small. So the first thing I'd do is I'd look into the data. There's so much data available now. I'd first of all see if that third
60.
dart has a difference in the average compared to darts 1 and 2. That's the first thing I'd see. See if it's actually affecting the performance, because sometimes people will make a change based on theory, but not actually what's practical to them. I had the same thing, and people used to say, "Oh, your third dart, you're stepping on it." But actually, my third dart was 3 points higher in the averages than darts 1 and 2. So maybe I should have done that on darts 1 and 2 as well, rather than try and eliminate that to replicate the first 2 darts. So the first thing to do is that.
100.
The second thing to do is to look into why. Most of the time, people do that because they live in a forward projection.
81.
They're not living so much in the now. They're living slightly past their current state. And we often see this in a couple of ways. People slightly walk into the board. We see it with people moving to collect the dart as part of the motion of the throw
60.
of the dart, where it just loops and cycles around. There are so many telltale signs, and all that is just a telltale sign that he's
40.
just thinking
Luke
a bit more
require
outcome
102.
than process. It's just about getting that process.
Thank you, Matt. 1 or 2 for the match. So treble 17. And that's a disappointing dart. So he may stay treble 15 or treble 19.
Alec
How did the
require
setup play?
160.
1 or 2 with arguably 6 darts. 66 is not
92.
really acceptable
Luke
from there, so he's made it a lot more
66.
difficult than he'd hoped it for it to be. But treble 10, fat 16, and for the match. And that's what we call the reset. Yeah, big exhale of breath. Try and manage that and adrenaline that's running through his body.
46.
It just dips
Alec
below.
requires 68.
And they're the type of opportunities, 1 or 2 with 6 darts. Because this guy, he's not top of the table for no reason.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And that's
Alec
exactly
Small.
the reason why he's top of the league with finishes like that. And Luke Getty, it's a case of, here we go again. But
6th leg.
you had your chances there, but for me, it wasn't necessarily the 66 miss. It was a setup play from the 1 or 2.
140.
This is, again, more evidence here. And this is the bit that if anyone works with Alec going forward, it would be now. Focus on now.
85.
The present. That reaction to saving the match with 1 dart in your hand was absolutely
100.
class. But the reaction was of someone who was disappointed because of it wasn't in the amount of darts he was hoping it would be. That
55.
is now looking back at the leg and finding a negative in that. It's like he's looking up there for negatives rather than positives, and the positives just focus on now. Focus on this throw. He's certainly doing that in this leg.
Yeah, it's like turning a positive into a negative. I suppose it was. I guess it was a bit like watching you play darts over the years.
Alec require 121.
I wonder how Darius is.
89.
Great set of play from Alec. And all of a sudden, from a big Luke Getty win, and I will go back to that 1 or 2.
35.
Set up play,
Alec
how important it is
32.
then. The words I would use, just keep it simple from that point of view. Especially when you're playing the top of the table, they're not great setup, so he's having to move right across the hockey here. It does
Low
open the
score.
bed. There's no need to panic so far. I think for Luke, he's already thinking of the next leg where he will have the darts.
29. Alec require 32.
The momentum will be with Small.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And that's
Alec
what
Small.
Matt's been talking about. That's something you try to eradicate from his game if he was able to have a chat with the young man.
7th and final
gonna
leg.
hold
It's
him
Luke
back.
to throw first.
That
Game
is
on.
what is going to hold him back. That type of because you're not going to be able to dominate every game, and as you go through the rankings, it's going to be even more so that you're going to have to get into
44.
battles, into scrappy games, into games you can't just control. But Luke Getty looked in control of this one, and it's starting to get away from him.
140.
But this has been the group of upsets with some major market moves yesterday that didn't come in. This is
45.
going to be a major turnaround from Alec Small, which will again be a very, very good sign. Positives. But I just feel like he's still going to come off
125.
disappointed because the average isn't pushing the 100. It's about match play. And from 3-2 down, when he took out that double to give himself opportunity,
45.
the 140 column, he's had 3 in, which until then he hadn't had 1 in the first 5 legs.
81.
This will make it really difficult for Luke to qualify now, and I think he'll go back to that 3-1 position when he was on 1 or 2 and Alec was in the 200s, because he seems like a guy who will
Alec
self-reflect.
155.
Treble 19. There's been some big finishes this week in this group.
99.
The highlight being Jeffrey Bekema's 167 yesterday. And that's a picture of a man who knows he had his chances.
82.
And has that the
Alec
chances
required
gone
56.
for a place for Saturday night.
Game, shots, and the match.
And that's
Alec
a 4-3
Small.
victory for Alec Small in a match where Getty had total control. And it's a major turnaround there for the league leader. He'd be absolutely delighted that he got away with that one. And more importantly, he gets them 2 figures of 10 points. Small's charge continues. Next up, it's Willem Mandigers, Tony Newell.
Welcome back. Well, that was one that got away, wasn't it, for Luke Getty. Frustrated at the end of that match. A Southampton slinger cut down to size by Alec Small, the league leader in this group. Getty leading the match 3-1, but then going on to lose it 4-3 to Small, who probably got away with one there, but he's put himself in a much better position, and it's now going to be very, very difficult for Luke Getty to qualify, despite putting himself in a position there to win that match. I will illustrate that by showing you the Group C table. Now, Getty stays on 4 points, 6 adrift of the league leader, Small. Bekema and Newell, both 2 in front of him. Tony Newell is going to play the next game against Willem Mandigers at the bottom of the table, unlikely to mount a challenge for the top 2, which will go through to finals night. The pair of them, of course, have been playing all week, though were in Group A earlier in the week. But when they did meet yesterday, Mandigers landed a blow on the Bear, who could have been joint top overnight on the same points as Alec Small before the day started. But in the final game of his campaign yesterday, he was beaten by Mandigers, who hadn't won up to that point. So Tony Newell will be looking to avoid a repeat result here if he wants to strengthen his chances of making it into the top 2. Our top 2 in the commentary box are Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, it was only 1 win yesterday for Mandigers, and it was against his opponent here. for Tony, after watching Luke Getty lose in there, this is a real opportunity in a game he could win. You could say it's a bare necessity.
For me, though, from what I've seen as well of Willem Mandigers this morning and the bubbliness nature of it, I think he's now at the point where this is the end of the week. It's been a long week. It's not really worked out for him too well. But
First
you know,
leg,
it's like when you have a hard week's work. When you see the end of the rainbow, when you see the end of the road, it becomes a little bit easier for you. And I think, like you say, he's had a lot of beatings this week, and he knows that today's his last day. I think we see the best of Mandigers today.
One of the most frustrating things about Willem is he does throw that perfect opening dart, and so many times we saw a low 1 or a low 5. So that's something
45.
to look out for. I felt the opposite when I saw him yesterday. I thought he was just like, get me back on the plane, you know, get me back home. And I didn't have too much expectation for him. But when I walked in, I was very early this morning getting in here, and he was the only guy practicing on the board. So I think he just wants to put
95.
a few, you know, right a few wrongs from this week. So, but I did have my concerns that he just wanted to get away. But I guess he'll just want to put a really professional performance on and show the MODUS Super Series that he wants to come back. He would love another opportunity and, you know, use this platform today to do that.
55.
Exactly that. I feel like he wanted to get on the plane, but the plane's now in sight. He'll probably be going there either tonight or tomorrow.
123.
I just feel we're going to get the best of him. I think we're going to get a good level of performance from Mandigers today. I think he could be a bit of a danger, a bit of a spoiler to this
57.
group.
57. Willem, you require 112.
Certainly Leonard Gates will be hoping that he is, because if he does, he puts it back in the hands of Leonard Gates.
Yeah, definitely. I was thinking Leonard Gates for this
40.
match. He'd be cheering on Mandigers because Newell would really get to grips with this group if he could win this game. And very established player. If you haven't been watching this week, we have spoken a lot about both of these players, obviously.
Willem, you requires 72.
So apologies if we repeat one or two stats for you, but 72. Here's another big 16 there, and that's disappointing. That's sloppy.
32. Tony, you require 160.
And not really necessary right now, and it gives that 116 a chance. He can still do it with a treble 17. And that leaves 84. 52. That was a frustrated last
Willem,
dart,
you
but
require 40.
Willem's lucky to come back.
Game shot on the first leg.
One of my pet hates. We've been talking practice routines, me and Matt, the past sort of 5 days. We're both heavy into our coaching.
It's Tony to throw
I've learned quite a bit from the man this week, but one of the first things I always do is, just before we start our combination finishes, I always say to them, if you 45. Can go 1 to 20 with no lives, big 1, big 2, big 3, and I don't mind you hitting the double or the treble, if you can go around the board, your fee today for the coaching 26. Is free. And only one guy so far got to 18 where I was nipping a little bit, but missing big numbers is my real pet hate on the dartboard.
41.
I'm not going to name names with this, but I can tell you a story with that. So one
85
player stood by the board and he was charging people £5 to have a go at that, going round the board, and he offered them 2 to 1.
100.
And professional players was going up and no one got round 1 to 20, including world champions.
58.
I think people come to my home and it's not one of the early practice routines that we start. We sort of, you know, they're there to look at the technical side of things, but
83.
You know, one of the things I try to promote is how did I go from that pub player to winning the second biggest tournament in the world, and you know, hitting big numbers was a big thing, and you know, people look at me and think, I've come to see you making me hit big 1, big 2, big 3. Well, it's a big philosophy of mine, and something, you know, I remember a very funny story at the Premier
86.
League, and you know, I've got Michael Van Gerwen to my left, Gerwen Price to my right, Michael Smith after that, just banging 180s after 180s. I was on last that night, 96. So I was in the venue a little bit later, and I think they were in amazement, and I was going big 1, big 2, big 3. It was just something I always stuck with.
Do you need a bag so 92. You can pick up all these names you've just dropped all over the place?
And you can join me in Germany this year on the Phil Taylor Power Tour I'll be working with.
140. Tony, you require 54.
And these are the kind of finishers. Pop, pop. There's the 14. big opportunity.
14.
And you can see
Willem, you require 38.
You can see the disappointment. Tony knows exactly what this game's all about. You know, Willem's there for the taking.
Game shot on the second
Probably the frustrating thing for Tony is that Willem, majority of his best games have been the first game of the day. No, it's not. You know, he's not breaking any records right now, averages-wise. But it's probably not the player you want to play first game of the day, because we're not really sure what Willem's going to do.
44.
Well, I said that I think we're going to get the best 85. Of him. We're not getting the best of him, but we're getting a winning version. 2-0 up. Broke the throw.
58.
Everything going to plan so far for Willem.
Yeah, Tony Newell, Pro Tour card holder for 8 years. Went through Q School twice. 3 times, sorry, and nearly made it a 4th time, only on leg difference. So the pedigree was there with Tony. Freely admitted in 2022, was buying a new home, working very hard,
96.
Looking after the family, and then just decided to go to his local ADC competition. He won that, ended up in 13th seed for the grand finals.
41.
And won the 2 grand first prize there. So he came here this week, despite not a lot of practice, actually in good form, against Willem Mandigers, if you've never seen Willem before, from Holland, and a former quarter-finalist of the Lakeside World Championships. And I did the tour with Willem for about 5 or 6 years. Very, very dangerous player, but freely admits again, that the past
26.
couple of years he's got a little bit lazy and his game's nowhere near where it once was, and won't be doing Q School this year. But very appreciative of this opportunity, and it's given him that opportunity to get back on the board. It should be 18 or bull there, but he went treble 19, and luckily he's left to finish.
And that ADC event that Tony won was the reason he's here. He's here representing the ADC.
45.
The ADC is a partnership with the Super Series. So if you're sat at home thinking, I could do that, you can. Get to your ADC tournament, get up those rankings, join Tony Newell. You could be here battling out for the Super Series prize of £5,000. You get your appearance fees, which Tony Newell will be picking up £1,250.
58.
Also be looking to get through to
88.
Champions Week, where he could be paying for a further 20.
At least 72, so that's double 12.
64.
I think Tony Newell will be really disappointed with this, because he probably wanted Lou Getty to drop points in the last game, knowing that
60.
He could really cement second place
24.
here. He just has not come out the traps. Only 2 scores of 100 or more.
12.
But Willem has missed doubles. There was a stat this week where he missed 22 doubles on the spin. And yesterday missed 13 on the spin, so that outer ring hasn't been
86.
a happy place for him. But he needs to hit this double 6 now, because Newell has set that up nicely. That's a good marker, surely. Incredible.
Game shot on the
Deserves that.
Willem
Mandigers. There's the bottom lip that he often pops out. I think that's just to say, well, I expected that, but at one point there I didn't think I was going to get it, but it was a 27 darter there.
I'm not sure how athletic Leonard Gates is, but I'm going to go with that he's doing cartwheels right now.
Everything's gone well for him, hasn't it, so far? He is the class act. An interesting stat you quoted on the balcony there, that his first 3 games are against the players who he lost to yesterday, but it does his top tip is that he really beats up Jeffrey Bekema, because Jeffrey didn't come out with the traps at all, and maybe just one of them players who really needs to get his arm going before we see the best of him. So I think Leonard's got Jeffrey right at the right time today, and if he needs a moment to get underway, I think that's just the perfect game for him.
Yep, fully agree.
81.
And I do think Leonard goes through the card. The best thing for Leonard Gates, though, right now, is that the results are starting to put it back into his own hands. You do not want to be walking around the running track outside the venue in Wolverhampton listening to cheers, do you, Glenn?
Yeah, that was a true story. The wonderful
50.
Grand Slam. And I got that infamous cuddle off Andrew Gilden in a game that all I had to do was win. After Gilden had lost with 270 averages and then pings 100 average against
170.
me. And was sweat dripping from every orifice. He decides to give me a bear hug of Tony Newell style.
95.
And then all I needed was Gerwin Price then to beat Simon Whitlock, and at 4-1 up. I was absolutely over the moon.
Tony requires 75.
Whitlock went and won 5-4. And one of my big upsets, double 12 for Newell.
Game shot on the fourth
much better.
Tony Newell.
If you ever wondered the mind of a dart player, he's done absolutely nothing in this game, Tony Newell. And all of a sudden he pings a 75 finish now, and he'll be feeling rather good about himself. And knowing that Willem Mandigers has thrown 3-0 leads away this week, you'll see the positives that he's still in this match.
It was just hold a throw, though, for Tony. He's going to need to find some breaks. They need to find 2.
55.
At the moment, you just can't see coming. Tony Newell has started slowly a couple of days, and then he sort of got the middle part of the day. He started poor and ended poor, and the middle part of the day is when he really comes alive.
Absolutely correct, Matt. Yesterday, 70 opened up with a 75 average, 77. Then
58.
That middle patch that Matt was talking about, just shy of a 91, just shy of a 90. Whereas Willem's best games have always been the first game of the day.
57.
Once again, he's 3-1 up here. It would take something special for Willem to qualify today, but we've seen bigger shocks in the MODUS Super Series.
97.
Quite simply needs to win all 5 and results to go his way. Well, I think he'll just be sticking to the plan. Let's just go out there and enjoy it today.
58.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see him get off the bottom, move up the table a bit. Finishing line is in sight for what's been a bit of a torrid
40.
week for him. He's gone through the torment.
146.
But he could be tormenting some of the players now that have put him in that position. The players that are looking to qualify through this group. Willem has thrown away some leads, but he's really extended on the scoreboard in this one, and I don't expect him to throw this one away.
81. Willem, you require 48.
A bit close for treble 16 for my liking.
32. Tony, you require 170.
I don't think that was a poorly thrown dart. It looked like it hit the flight.
Yeah. Well, after a 75 finish to stay in the match.
145.
And you can't throw a dart any better than that. It's unlucky for the big fish.
16.
It's double 8 for Mandigers. As he continues his trend of winning his opening games.
8.
Unbelievable.
Tony required 25.
Double 4 for 3-2. An unlikely 3-2.
Tony Newell.
Tony Newell will be thinking, how the heck am I still in this match? Mandigers will be just...
Tony to throw first.
Here we go again. What is this stage doing to me?
To be honest, I think we're all probably thinking, how is he still in this game? At one point in that game, it was 146 for Mandigers. So he's on a finish while Tony Newell wanted 291. 44. And from that point, Tony Newell scored 40.
And only Tony's second maximum in the 2 days.
135.
Like a United boss, I thought we were going to see another one there.
97.
This would be incredible if Willem throws this away.
Didn't see that coming, to be honest. It looked like he was going to cruise to the finishing
45.
line, but those missed doubles with 5 missed darts at the double, and Tony Newell coming down and picking his pocket. Mandigers will have the advantage of throw 56. In the last leg, but
Tony
how much of an advantage is that when you feel like you're throwing the game away, and it's happened to you already this week?
Yeah, I think it'll be a level playing field, because
60.
You'll have to find something from somewhere, because he should be in the back room now, contemplating and thinking about his next game, but instead
134. Tony requires
away
81.
Here. It's 81 for Tony Newell. Sensibly going for the bullseye. I like that. Just a pity the execution's not ideal. So 64, and with Mandigers on 170, and he's covered the bull slightly, but he feels like he has to go for it.
33.
And they're not the...
Willem, you require 170.
Sets it up nicely.
96. Tony, you require
Mandigers missed 48 for the match. He's got a showboat with 2 doubles.
Game shot on the 6th.
Exactly what he does.
Tony Newell.
In this game, the unlikely game, going to go the full distance when Mandigers had total control of this match.
7th and final leg. It's
All of a
Willem
sudden
to
it's
throw
3-3.
first.
The momentum's
Game
with
on.
Newell. The darts is with Mandigers. Pick a winner. I'll leave that to you.
140.
Well, in terms of the importance, this has mighty importance for Tony Newell. He can still qualify for this group. We think
86.
Mandigers is pretty much out of it, but Newell still has the opportunity, a strong chance, qualifying through, so he really needs these points.
44.
140-44. Just pretty much sums up the whole week. And he can smell blood, can Tony Newell.
87.
And the experience might come in handy here. But that's a beautiful first dart. Frustrating. I mean, that's what the guy can do.
180.
It's just not as often as you'd like. And only 21% on the outer ring.
58. Willem, you require 137.
In this position, I don't have the confidence that he's going to see it out. And I don't like that way of
59.
going to 137. So he needs...
41. Willem, you
Last
require
start was just totally thrown in anger.
$66.
Well, even if Mandigers does go on to win this game, which looks likely, he's left himself 12, he's got 3 darts in hand. The good thing about Tony Newell is he's actually recovered the situation in the legs, because a 4-0 defeat at the start of the day
Willem, you
would have been
require
catastrophic.
12.
You say he's going to win, but this has been his downfall all week.
Game
But
shot.
not this time.
and
He holds his
match.
arms out.
Willem
A
Mandigers.
scrappy win in the end. Just what Willem needed for Tony Newell. You do feel like that's a real missed opportunity. But it's Mandigers that takes the 2 points. Realistically, he needs to win all 5 today to qualify. Next up, Leonard Gates, Jeffrey Bekema.
Well, have we been writing off Willem Mandigers a little too early? 4 straight defeats for the Dutchman yesterday, but he won his last match, and it's now back-to-back victories for Mandigers. A win over Tony Newell, mirroring the result of yesterday, winning 4-3 this time and getting first win of the day in his first match. He was doing that quite a lot earlier on in the week in Group A, and he gets the better of the bear for a result that really just harms his chances. It was looking very, very good for Newell when he had won 3 out of 4 matches, but he's still on 3 wins, and now the chasing pack are right on his shoulder. Jeffrey Bekema in second place. Well, he's got the opportunity to pull away now, but Leonard Gates there in 4th. If he wins this one, suddenly could find himself in the top 2. So very, very interesting match coming up here. When the pair met yesterday, it was a moment of brilliance from Bekema that won the game, taking out a fabulous 1-6-7 checkout in a last leg decider. Went for the ball though. Gates wasn't on a finish at the time, but completed the enormous checkout to get an enormous win and to leave Leonard Gates in need of a good run today. The first 2 results though have gone his way, and if he can get this one, then suddenly things will be looking up for the American. So let's see which way it goes in the company of Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, if Leonard Gates was going to qualify, maybe a couple of results need to go his way, and so far so good. He couldn't have written it any better than how it's gone so far, but he has to do his own job against Jeffrey, who I thought I was watching him for the first time yesterday, but he reminded me I played him once in the Antwerp Open mixed pairs. It's a throw he's got there, which is fairly unique. Something I've probably never seen before. So against Leonard Gates, someone I admire very much. He's at Ali Pali this week, plays Monday night against Gert Nenches. And yesterday I made one of my predictions that Leonard would play 5-1-5. He ended up winning 2, whereas this guy couldn't. At the beginning of the day, averaged 60 odd twice, and I had real concerns, but then he really turned it on and had a high average of 93.74 yesterday against Leonard Gates, and a very justified win, even though Leonard was such a massive favourite in that game.
I was just having a look while Leonard Gates was throwing there, and he's got this towel on his right hip today. How do you feel about that? That would...
No, he had it yesterday.
He had it yesterday as well. That would frustrate me. I don't think I'd like the movement.
I used to play with a guy who had about 55 keys on his as he threw a dart, but it was more when he was walking back or stood behind you. But the towel I've seen quite a few times, but I'd understand if it was nice and warm in there, but maybe just something that he needs, some sort of comfort, something he goes to for whatever reason. But yeah, no, he definitely had that yesterday.
We see people, I think Martin Adams on his throwing hand, isn't it? He's got rings and
121.
watches. I mean, you've got a very expensive watch on the wrist, but it's the left wrist, isn't it?
I've got an expensive watch. No, it's a cheap one, that one. Bit of Raymond Wheel.
140. Jeffrey requires 59.
Gears, but Jeffrey, up to 12 darts, one's 59. Tops.
Game shot on the
What
first
a start, and he's
Jeffrey Bekema.
set up exactly where he left yesterday. And I had my doubts, I had my concerns. Not only has he proven me wrong, he's proven quite a few people wrong, actually. Please get in touch on at MSS Darts. Any thoughts on Jeffrey's throw? I can dissect more throws, but the way that comes so far to the right, it's a new one for me. Very tall player.
81.
Looking so much relaxed, and yes, they do, swaying all over the place at times, but like I said, he soon shut me up, that's for sure.
140.
And let's look at if he beats Gates rather than focusing on everything Gates is doing. If Jeffrey wins this match, puts himself in a great position to qualify for the group.
I'll go put my hands up and say I was in that category as well. When the data we had on him was very limited, but everything that we had suggested that he was going to be out of his depth
99.
Against certain players in this group, and Leonard Gates being one of them. But he certainly got stronger as it went on. Like I say, really struggled. And to be fair, we say struggled, but actually was playing to what we thought we might see. You know, that sort of between high 60s up to the mid 70s.
And who's favourite for this match,
41.
Matt?
In terms of the odds, we've got Jeffrey Bekema was 13-8 before the off. Leonard Gates was available at 4-9, which I've got to say is a little bit of value in running.
Leonard required
You can now get 8-11
121.
on Gates, which I think is amazing value in running.
Remember, gamble responsible, 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
97. Jeffrey required 142.
Much better from Gates. That magnificent 167 yesterday was the highlight of the day from Jeffrey.
26. Leonard required 24.
These are the type of opportunities on your throw that you need. And when I said I had no confidence when Mandigers hitting doubles,
Game
as
shot
bad
second
as
leg.
Leonard's
Leonard
maths
Gates.
is and setting up play when he wants a double, he very rarely misses, and that's where his strengths are.
Third leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first.
I was
Game on.
expecting bigger scoring from him. We're already in this game. After 2 legs, a score of 100 plus, 2 140s and a 180.
43.
If he can just put that game together, he'll just be preparing nicely for Monday night at Ali Pali, where he plays Gert Nenches, a compatriot of Jeffrey Bekema.
83.
I wonder if Gert's been watching.
Would you have been watching if you was Gert Ninjas?
Yes, I did. I did study plays, and people would say it's
95.
wrong, Glenn. I used to already start studying who I would be playing in the second round, etc. So I was one of them players who did a little bit of homework, and just to see if I can,
96.
just like we're doing now, is a little. Does he get the darts out really slowly? I watched Mickey Mansell yesterday, and he was taking his darts out so slowly. So you can prepare yourself there. Just give yourself a
99.
couple of seconds in between your practice routine. So yes, I was someone who sort of studied players.
I agree. It's probably the right way to go, 100%. In terms of what you've said
84.
there, you're looking for their mannerisms, you're looking for their strengths, their weaknesses. You're not watching them going, oh, he's averaging 100, or he's averaging... You're not looking at the outcome, you're looking at the process of the player, so nothing surprises you.
60.
But if I was in Gert Nenches' shoes, I'd be happy what I'm seeing, because Leonard's not on the scene a great deal. We've seen him in the World Series this year.
140.
But the beauty of this MODUS Super Series for Leonard, he said, this is, you can have some match practice before Ali Pali. This is even better, though. This is absolute.
100.
He sees this as perfect
Leonard
preparation.
required 98.
And I'm not one to disagree with him. I was someone who locked myself away before the Worlds, but like Dimitri Vandenberg, and I was never seen. I just done my own thing.
58. Jeffrey
Rarely did
required
interviews.
104.
But he's out in the open here, Leonard. He's showing you how he's playing. Treble 16. And for double top for the 2-1 lead.
64.
He bends that wire.
Leonard required 40.
When you talk about the different preparations, it's not saying to someone, this is the right way to do it. It's saying it's the right way for you.
Game shot on the
Leonard
third
Gates
leg. Leonard
Takes
Gates.
the lead. That's a breaker throw, and that 8-11 that I mentioned in running not so long ago has been gobbled
Fourth
by
leg,
that
it's
breaker
Leonard to
throw. Is
throw
now
first.
1-6. I said
Game
it won't
on.
last long. You have to be quick. And they expect Leonard Gates to move on from here and continue what he's doing. An average of nearly 92 in this match.
81.
And I think that we could be seeing the first of the 5 wins that will be needed for Leonard Gates.
We thought the 5
77.
wins, but the way the results are going so far, might not be necessary, but I think his focus. So one thing I've been trying to do, and what am I
85.
trying to get across to, as being a commentator, a pundit, is that we're next door to the Players' Lounge. And just as the competition finished yesterday, the contrast between these two players
97.
was unbelievable. Jeffrey was sat there really smiley, really chatty with me, and he was really delighted, and I think he realised he was beginning to panic after game 2.
100.
Leonard was just sat there very forlorn, looking at the floor, and you don't often get that with Americans, because he bounced in here yesterday morning, had a great conversation with me and Matt, and he was just sort of sat
100.
there with his head in his hands, and I think he knew that day 1 did not go to plan. And the only thing I did say to him, you are the class act of the group, Leonard. A couple of results go your way, and you win your early
85.
games, and you're right back in the mix, and it's probably the first thing I've got right this week. I think one of my favourite finishes of the year, 2022, was that
Leonard
Euro Tour.
150.
3 bulls by Simon Whitlock. I thought it was absolutely incredible.
Well, that actually could lead us to a very, very good topic that we could get going on social media. We've got our
Jeffrey
Twitter accounts in front of us. At the 501 is mine. We've got at MSS Darts and at Dozer180. Give us a tweet to let us know what your best moment on the darting scene is
79.
for
Leonard
2022.
92.
And if anyone says my one win of the year, you'll be getting blocked.
You won a game?
Double 18.
74. Jeffrey require 88.
I did fancy that double 18, but Jeffrey, who's impressing me more and more, he'll be also using the bullseye here, and that's disappointing. And I'm shaking my head like Jeffrey is right now because
40.
we all have our pet hates.
Manager require
Man
18.
on the dartboard is missing that big number. I think sometimes they focus so much on that treble.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And he's
Leonard
rightly
Gates.
punished. But you had your chance there, Jeffrey. The cardinal sin is missing that fat number.
5th leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first. Game on.
Jeffrey does a bungle. And you can zippy.
I've just opened
60.
up my Twitter account so we can keep an eye on if we get any messages coming through for people's favourite moment of 2022. And I've just noticed there that Chris Murphy's put a tweet out saying, have we
28.
wrote Willem off a bit too soon? Mandigers getting some points against Tony Newell. Murphy maybe thinking he could make a bit of a revival.
Well, my answer to that is his best game has been his first game of the week. And also, he didn't set a light with a massive average there. So I still feel comfortable in saying that.
47.
I don't think Willem will qualify. At the beginning of the week, I felt like Alec Small and Leonard Gates were the 2 class acts of this group. So I'm going to stay with that. And I say Leonard, he'd be happy with the 2 points here. But once again, he hasn't been the dominant player I thought he would be in this match.
100.
The Choo Choo Classic champion. Beats my Middlebeck Open win.
134.
Well, you are the Glendurant household runner-up now, aren't you, as well, after you lost to the missus?
To me nephew.
56.
Not even the best player
Jeffrey
in the Durrant
require
family
86.
no more. I'll leave that to our Jamie. I'm hoping to get some
46.
practice with Jamie. He's offshore at the moment, and Carl Coleman. I think they're going to try and get me ready for the World Seniors. I think they all believe I've been hidden away too long, and they're going to get me out and
60.
give me some match practice.
Jeffrey require 40.
Maybe that's the one thing I just need. So tops for Bekema.
Game shot on the 5th
Bekema.
leg. Jeffrey Bekema.
He corrected me on my pronunciation of his surname yesterday. I said, well, you should have
6th leg,
heard
it's
how
Leonard to throw
Matthew was
first.
saying Kai Fine Lung last
Game on.
night.
There's a few that I get wrong. Bo Greaves? I was calling him Bo Graves.
100 plays tonight.
180.
Boris Krakmar, Ryan Meekie, Dirk van Duvenbode, is that the right
Yeah,
one?
Dirk
That's
van
right.
Duvenbode was an absolute brahma
38.
yesterday.
Yeah, I just don't get the names right as much. We need some more Dave Smiths.
Thank God Anastasia Bromoslova's not here this week.
100. 123.
Well, so far, we've had a potential of 14 legs, and we've played 14 legs. And if this one goes all the way, it could be a
100.
maximum day. And the only concern I have for that is my last time I was here, Matthew, out of the 15 games, 14 of them were 4-3s. I think there was half an hour gap between the afternoon session and the night
100.
session.
Leonard, you require 121.
6 darts from 1-2-1. He shouldn't really go for the bull, but maybe he wants a spark.
88.
Maybe the fact that Jeffrey's on 240, but a 140 would be nice. He would make it interesting, but that's not going to help.
28. Leonard, you require 33.
Double 16 for the much needed win.
1.
Will return. More match starts going to come the way of Leonard Gates. It's not being his best,
96.
but it doesn't
Leonard
have to be his
required
best. It just has to be a
32.
win.
24.
Struggling,
Jeffrey
isn't he?
required
Struggling to get over that line.
116.
Like I said, I've waxed lyrical about his finishing. Sometimes when you see that winning line, you dip way too early. And its tops would hurt.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And that is
Jeffrey
darts.
Bekema.
In one picture, just right there. 3 from 12 on the outer ring for Leonard Gates.
7th and final leg. It's Jeffrey to throw first.
And what he won't like to
Game
hear is the
on.
fact that it's also Jeffrey's darts. This could be the moment we see the end of Leonard Gates, because he'd find this really difficult to bounce back from this. And he's shaking his head in the background there.
60.
That could have really hurt if Jeffrey had just banged in a big ton 40 there. So if he has any hopes, a 2 treble visit
100.
here would have been nice. Still nothing in this.
Well, you said he's the class act of this group. Now is the time to show it. If you're the class act of this group, stand up
83.
now, be counted. It's 3-all. You're against the throw. You need the points. That's what class acts do, isn't it? They stand up in the biggest moments when it's
57.
needed.
So we've played the full 21 legs after the 3 games so far. Just shows you how
60.
tight this group is. Any two from 6 at the beginning, but just feel like any 1 from 5. Now you feel like Alec is running away now with the way some of the
180.
results are going. And they're all fighting for second place. And that 180 is all about timing. And that couldn't come at a better time. Jeffrey's struggling now.
41.
And after that
Leonard
116
required
finish in the last leg,
164.
he felt he was in control again.
Well, I said now's the time to stand up for Leonard Gates. Now's the time to show
100.
that class. If you're the class act, this is the time to do it. He's left a 2-dart finish after 12. Well done, Leonard Gates. Can you now complete the job?
100. Leonard requires 64.
After missing double after double in the last leg, it would be typical of any dart player to have one dart at a double here. That dart, the double is going to be double 16.
Game,
That's
shot,
exactly what the
and
scenario
match,
is.
Leonard Gates.
A match that had ups and downs, in control of Leonard, in control of Jeffrey. Gates was desperate for the 2 points there as he slaps himself in the head. His campaign is up and running today. Next up, it's Tony Newell, Luke Getty.
Well, it is close, close, close in Group C. 4-3 results so far, and a real race for finals night now occurring in this group. That's after Leonard Gates got over the line eventually against Jeffrey Bekema, a 4-3 win for the American, who missed 6 match starts in the penultimate leg before Bekema took out that 116, but Gates produced a 64 checkout to ensure that he got his revenge for defeat yesterday against the Dutchman. That means that the league table looks like this, and Gates has suddenly leapfrogged Bekema and Tony Newell and finds himself in second place, but he's only 2 points ahead of bottom place Willem Mandigers, who won his first match 4-3. Alec Small looks to be in a really strong position now, having won his first match. He's on 10 points and 4 clear of the field. So it's very, very interesting going into the rest of the session. Tony Newell is going to take on Luke Getty in the next match when the pair met yesterday. Getty threw some decent stuff. He took out this nice 95 finish on the bullseye, but it was Tony Newell who got over the line in that one. And Luke Getty, well, he was in a great position in his first match today, but has had a bit of a reprieve with the other results, and it's still all to play for in this group. Tony Newell, he was 3-0 down, fought back to 3-3 against Mandigers, but lost the match in the end. So both players looking for their first win of the day and to really stake their claim for what looks like a race for second place in the group. It's close, it's tight, every game 4-3. Back to Glenn and Matthew Edgar for the first of another 84 legs to be played today, it seems, guys.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, it's. I think it's going to be dubbed the Dozer, the 4-3. Every time I'm in these comms box, there's a high percentage of the games go all the way. This is the 5th time they've played each other this week. And this one probably has a 2-game stand. I thought yesterday's game was the most exciting between the two of them. Both just shy of 90 average. It was a great battle. But the one moment stands out during the week where they were both stuck on 1-1 and just both looked figures of desperation. They just wanted to get away from the venue, and you know, the Group A didn't have many positives, and the game between them was a bit of a stinker. This one,
first leg, it's Tony to
give
throw
them a real
first.
opportunity to join
Game
Leonard
on.
Gates on 6 points, but a big opportunity to get into second place, that's for sure.
Well, it's 2 things that we've now called the Dozer then, if the
35.
4-3 in the Super Series, because we called the 6-0 the Dozer as well this year, so...
You've been waiting all week, Dan.
96.
Even Tony's laughing at that one, Matt.
Do a little odds check for you on this one, because
100.
I actually think there might be potentially a little bit of value in this one. Tony Newell, 8-15 favourite coming into this one. I think this is a lot more 50-50 than near enough a 1-2, don't you think, Glenn?
I mean, like I said, they've got the record of the 4 games prior. Like I said, there's a lot on this one. We felt
50.
that these were the 2 players. We've sort of written off Willem Mandigers. If someone's going to come from below the bottom of the table, it was the winner of these 2 games. They both had
58.
opportunities early doors today. Luke Getty really had Alec Small in his pocket, and it's tough to bounce back from that one. Whereas Tony was
100.
Yeah, he was poor against Willem Mandigers. So both of them need a spark. No better thing than play each other. But once again,
45.
no one's taken the real ascendancy here. Started fairly slowly and probably know the importance of it. Tony's beating himself up there because Tony is an extremely good player. I think both me and Matt identified him for being there on Saturday night when we first saw the first starts on Monday morning.
86.
We've seen sparks and moments of brilliance from him. But the majority of the time it's been bordering on disappointment. Maybe it's that lack of
99.
practice
Tony required
that he's talked about.
130.
He did change his flights midweek, which meant the balance of the dart was so much better for him. And
94.
that last start
Luke
there makes him a big favourite for this leg.
143.
Luke, after 15 darts, treble 17. So treble 10 or bullseye. That leaves 66. And he's decided on the bigger segment.
Required 36.
But really, this is in Tony's hands. He won't like that because the dreaded double 9 brings into the scenario of hitting the fat 9.
27.
Which he does exactly that.
Luke, you require 56.
We said yesterday, Luke Getty's had minimum. There we go. I won't talk too much about that one because he's still got one dart.
16.
Poor.
Tony, you require 9.
Yeah, there's an opportunity there to take the opening leg to break the throw of the odds-on favourites.
The first leg. Tony Newell.
Favourite lands in the end there, 1-0 to Tony Newell. And I'm just taking a look at the league table.
Second leg, it's Luke to throw first.
It's so tight. And when I'll go back to that Chris Murphy tweet, actually, not too long ago, when you mentioned about how we wrote Willem Mandigers off a little bit too soon. He's only 2 points up. It's the leg column, I think, that's affecting him there. It's a -8 on the legs. But
45.
He's got to play, obviously, everyone who's ahead of him. So when he wins legs, he's going to take them off the other players. Yeah, he's not completely out. No one's out of this. I think the only thing that we're possibly going to see here
85.
is potentially Alec Small could move away from the rest of the pack. But in our very next game, he is playing Leonard Gates. And I think that is going to be a massive game
81.
when we look at the shape of this group.
Yeah, in respect of Mandigers, he'd be in the corner of Luke Getty for this game. Because Luke would join everyone on 6 points.
180.
And a league that we didn't expect to be so congested. It does make it very interesting as we get to the conclusion of the day.
Luke, you require 136.
We've got our abacus here, our fingers, our toes. Because it could come down to that leg difference. 95 left.
60.
That's okay. You might see the bullseye come into it, but yeah, Tony's just not happy right now. We've seen that sort of face from him this week. But he's still
85.
in there, isn't he? It's,
Luke, you require 76.
He's nowhere near his best, but he's just in there. I think that's what the frustrating thing will be.
I think the frustrating thing is the patterns of play that he is seeing.
44.
He misses a chance to level this game. It's the 5s. He's probably getting fed up now of hitting that 5 because a lot of his darts have just been going over to that left-hand side. A lot of times in the treble 5 as well,
Luke,
which
is
so close, it's just not happening.
Game shot on the second leg.
Getty levels that one
Luke
up.
Getty.
Everything on throw. Everything level. And keep an eye on
Third leg, it's Tony
Newell
to
for
throw
the 5s,
first.
because I think
Game
it's
on.
starting to get to him now.
$58.
As bad as probably things are, the way Tony feels, if he wins this game, he goes into a clear second position. And this is honestly with a C+ game.
134.
When I left the venue yesterday, Luke said
60.
much happier with that. But it was a definite missed opportunity in that last game of the day. Because he felt he could still come back today. He felt he was doing a couple of things wrong with his grip. And for the first time there, because I'm looking at it, I can see exactly what he means. He's just sort of messing about with his fingers there. And there's that 5 Matt's alluded to.
And there's the frustration
45.
straight off the back of that as well.
He needs to just go back now and just totally press the reset button because he's fighting for second place here. There's more positives than negatives. I know he's not happy with his game. When that negativity rages
60.
through your body, seems like every dart he's thrown, he's just shaking his head at it. And one positive for Luke, he's never really demonstrated his disappointment. He's just sort of got on with it. And he did finish bottom of the group here.
100.
For me, he was someone who did focus on the positives more. You don't see the head shaking that you do with Tony.
I still feel that with this experience, Luke Getty's going to be able to draw quite a lot from this. Obviously, we've seen Tony Newell here and on other stages before, but for Luke Getty, this is progress. This is a step forward. He's had a full week here.
Tony require 104.
He might even get another day yet.
I just get the feeling he needs the crowd. I think if anyone's struggled with the no crowd, double 16 there,
88.
but without the
Luke
crowd, I think
require
has been the big thing for
123.
Luke. So treble 19, you can still do that with a treble 18, and he'll stay there.
55. Tony requires 16. No score.
You could see Luke just
requires 68.
half-heartedly sort of looking up, just praying for this opportunity at 68. And how many times have we seen this? Someone's not been in the leg. Gets one dart at a double, but that's a bit wild.
Tony
They're
requires
the
16.
opportunities, Luke, that you have to take.
Game shot on the third
How many times do you see that? You throw a dart which is closer to the M25 and then ping it in with a second dart.
Fourth leg, it's Luke to throw
If you
first.
look at the body language
Game
there,
on.
you would think that it's Luke who was 2-1 up. And all he's trying to do there is just go through that reset process. Just get me back to where I want to be. 2-1 up. Looking good for second place. See the positives from that, Tony.
$60.
It's a evenly matched game. They're both making
43.
the same mistakes. They're both making the same sort of hits. 3 tons apiece. A 140 for Tony Newell, but a 180 for Luke Getty. So not much to decide them on the scoring phase of this one. You did mention that Luke Getty, well, he said to you, didn't he, the other day, that his best part of his game is his finishing. He was 42% on the doubles in his opening game. He just struggled to get down to them.
42.
Your outside pick for Ali Pally. Just mentioned me, Chris Dobie. I'm in a group where it should just be called Let's Bully Glenn.
100.
And he said, first time I've been out of bed in 5 days. Beginning to feel good. This bugger's knocked me out, wiped me out. And he expects me to feel sorry for him.
Luke, you require
I won't tell you what my response was. Terrific player is Chris Dobie. Can't wait to see him. I think he's late on in the week.
131.
He's got plenty of time to practice and get himself ready. He's in a little section of the draw where you fancy him to go quite well, barring the fact he may meet Michael van Gerwen at some point.
Yeah, I've got Chris down for
60.
a quarter-final.
Luke, you requires 6.
At the Worlds. And then obviously he'll play Michael van Gerwen.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
For the first time
Luke
as
Getty.
Luke Getty levels us up, everything on throw. And I said they're sort of cancelling each other out. And again, I looked at that finishing percentage of Luke Getty. He was 42% in his opener. He's 40% in this one. That's above where we'd expect people to be. So he's certainly
81.
got a strength to his game.
How were you feeling on the Friday, Matt, in the sort of Group A, Group C scenario after 5 days of playing?
96.
Is it conducive for your best darts, or is fatigue finally kicking in at this point?
Oh, fatigue for sure, but I'm very different to
140.
most players because of the terrible decisions I decided to do without an undeveloped body when I was a lot younger, and I suffer for that now with the various injuries
60.
that riddle me and plague me. But I was struggling by this point. Everything was hurting on me, and I can imagine very similar for other people that fatigue could be kicking in.
85.
But on the same aspect, when you got to this point, you could see that the end of the week was coming, the opportunity to go home. I'm a bit of a home bird. I like being at home.
137.
And that's why I just thought that Willem Mandigers, potentially today, we see the better for him because he's had a long week. It's draining losing. When you're winning, it's not too bad. When you're losing,
41.
it's draining. And just seeing that finishing line coming into place, I think we might start seeing the better of some.
Yeah, it's no surprise to me to see the two fresh players of Small and Gates.
140. Tony require 154.
The top two, and last night I saw a very fresh Nick Kenny, who I think could be really dangerous on Saturday night.
85. Luke requires 68.
So he's had an opportunity at 68 a couple of times, but this time he's getting 2 darts at double 4. Does the right thing. Just gives himself a second, and double 2's been kind.
No score. Tony requires 69.
And when he looks back and he does a conclusion of the whole week, he's had his opportunities, and he's going to be punished. Double 6.
57.
And once again,
Luke requires 68.
their middle names, their nicknames had opportunities. This time he's going to get one dart at double 16. That's a good marker.
36.
But he's just not putting them those
Tony
opportunities away,
required
Matt.
12.
Yeah, he's had 6 starts here to mop up the 68. And these are the opportunities when you're playing
Game shot
on
the
this
fifth
stage, which is
leg.
classed as
Tony Newell.
international standard players. You're not going to get away with those sort of opportunities, and he knows it. He knows that was an opportunity. He knows that was his chance.
Game on.
And if he isn't going to take the points here, that is pretty much game over for Luke Getty, because he'll only have 3
42.
games left. If he wins all of those, he'll move to 10 points. When we look at Alec Small is already on 10 points. Tony Newell would move to 8. This is pretty much race run for Luke Getty if he cannot get the points in.
40.
For the first time of the day, Leonard Gates has, every winner that he's had has been good for him. But a Luke Getty win here would have been absolutely
100.
perfect. But don't miss the next game. Alec Small versus Leonard Gates. That's the game I was looking for this morning. That has all the
45.
ingredients to be an absolute drama.
Let's have a little look at the odds, and actually the odds suggest Leonard Gates is going to win that one, despite the
55.
fact Alec Small will be throwing first.
Results so far, 4-3, 4-3, 4-3. Is this one going to go all the way?
45.
Right now, Getty looks like he's taking control of this leg.
180.
Just when we begin to start writing him off, talking about him not being able to qualify, he's motivating himself at the back
85.
there.
Luke required
But like I said, if he'd have had a
124.
crowd there, he would have celebrated with them, and he's very open about that. So treble 16, double 8 for a 1-2-4 finish.
Game
Where
shot on the
has
sixth
that
leg.
finishing been all week, Luke
Getty.
Getty? You told me that that was your strength. That's an absolute wonderful 1-2-4 finish to go
So
with
then
your...
the final leg, it's Tony to throw first.
No, actually, that's
Game
his
on.
first 100-plus finish in Group C.
I think he had a 120 in his opening game today
40.
against Alec Small.
Sorry.
So a 120 and a 124 today for Luke Getty. He'll be hoping that he can get something else in here. Well, he'll just
96.
care about the winning double, won't he? He won't care if it's a 124, a 24, a 2.
45.
Could we be playing every single leg today?
Well, it's going that way, isn't it? And if
60.
patterns are anything to go by, when we look at that scoring power, you'd suggest that Luke Getty is going to find an opportunity. It's just, will he take it this time? He had that opportunity a
135.
couple of legs ago at the 68. Can he carve another one out? Can he carve out a fourth max?
140.
I think when he started flicking at his flights, I think he thought, that's my opportunity gone. But like I said, he's had all these opportunities, Luke. And something's like click the switch. But there's
40.
Matt has alluded to so many times, them treble fives and little fives, that's going to haunt him for this week. His alignment is just not quite right. There's just timing of when he's releasing that dart.
45.
This is the point it starts getting edgy. This is the point that he's noticed that his head there, 5.
Yeah.
It's frustrating him.
45. Luke
He's very
required
well aware that the darts are
160.
going left.
So 6 darts and 160. And once again, Leonard Gates is the one who'll be celebrating here. But his setup play has to be good. He has to stay straight at least here.
60.
That's not ideal, but it does leave a 2-dart combination finish. And as bad as things have been for Tony, if he can pop in another treble here.
80.
I found that strange. Is that what
Luke required 100.
That bounce out. Is that going to make a big difference? What a dart that is. And tops for the match.
60. Tony required 116.
Would be the most painful way to lose this match. A treble 19 for tops.
He had a 114 finish yesterday, a 115 finish.
96.
Had a dart there for 116 in the match.
40.
Pivotal moment for both players. It's tops for Getty
Game, shots,
in a match
and the
seesaw
match,
from one to the
Getty.
other. You can see the disappointment on Newell. You can see the relief from Luke Getty. He's given himself an opportunity, and at this stage, that's all you can do. Do not miss the next game. Top of the table clash, Alec Small, Leonard Gates.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And tomorrow is your last chance to be here this year. Saturday night, finals night, tickets available absolutely free. All you've got to do is head to dartshop.tv, secure them, and get yourselves down to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the last finals night before Christmas. Now, who will be there from Group C? Well, we haven't got a clue at the moment. It is so close between the players. In fact, all 4 matches so far going the distance, all 7 legs. And Luke Getty getting that win over Tony Newell just before the break has made it very interesting indeed. Newell not really at the races in that match, and Getty taking advantage, getting over the line. And we'll have a look at that very, very stacked Group C table now. Alec Small out in front on 10 points, looks likely to get through, but Leonard Gates in second is about to play him, so that's not even certain yet. Bekema, Getty and Newell all on 6, and Willem Mandigers, who looked like he didn't have a hope before the day started. He lost his first 4 matches. Well, he's still firmly in contention, just 2 points off the top 2. So really, really interesting stuff here. Gates about to do battle with Alec Small. When the pair met yesterday, it went the way of the league leader in another game that finished 4-3. And speaking of 4-3, here's Alec Small getting the better of Luke Getty in the opening match of the morning. So, yeah, no idea which way this one's going to go, but one thing I can guarantee is that you will see all 7 legs back to Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Yes, thank you, Chris. An amazing start to the day. 7, 4-3, 4-3, all the way down the card so far. I did write off Willem Mandigers that he can't qualify, but right now, if Alec Small wins this game and he's up next and wins his game against his compatriot, believe it or not, he goes joint second. So the twists and turns, the trials and tribulations, the ups and downs, the swings and roundabouts of the MODUS Super Series continues. Alec Small was very fortunate to win his first game. Looks like he's got that bounce in his step against the real class act of the group, Leonard Gates, who's off to Ali Pali on Monday night to play Gert Nenches.
First leg, it's Alex to throw
When you
first.
talk about ingredients
Game
for a
on.
great match, this has it all. But it's Alex starts. Will that be decisive?
But one thing we know that I've been very, very good at this week, and the previous weeks I've been down here as well, is giving out tips and predictions for games. 100% record this week. And my prediction
100.
on this game is non-existent. I do not have one. I am sitting firmly on the fence.
95.
Get some splinters.
So it's once again it's Gates. You're sitting on the fence.
Which way will the Gates swing? Which
59.
way will the game swing? And that, for me, I mean, we know Leonard Gates counting isn't the best at the back end.
134.
That should have been a 17, that one, rather than the 19.
If you're wondering why, just means you can't finish even with a 180.
Alec require 92.
That it will work because he's come out the traps as Alec. And he'll stay back to that 20s.
33.
That's sloppy. Too quick for his own good sometimes. But of course I would say that. But it's all constructive because I really rate the guy.
55. Alec
An absolute
require
nugget
59.
of a guy that just needs a little bit of direction. Tops.
Game shot on the first leg. Alec Small.
A lovely start from Small. We say win your darts with 15. And he does exactly
Second
that.
leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
And already, Matt Edgar's tip of Leonard Gates winning all 5 today.
85.
It's not looking brilliant.
Mentioned in the last game, that Leonard
140.
Gates wearing that towel on the right hip. Can you think of any of the dart players over the years that would have wore the towel?
Well, I think the greatest of them all will be John Part. Not really sure if
140.
did Darius Labanauskas do that. He had something in. He had something or someone in his pocket at Ali Pali.
I don't know. I was never there long enough to find out.
He's still in his pocket. That's why.
100.
With all the legs thrown at Ali Pali last night. The only one I watched is Matt Edgar. When I went downstairs, he showed me the one leg he won.
93.
When he got a warning for over-celebrating.
$100. Alec require 128.
Already a good match.
92.
It's a lovely
Leonard
setup.
requires 76.
You always like the 76 finish, but then when someone pops in a setup to leave 36, this becomes really difficult, but that's a great start.
Game
That
shot
is
on the
exactly
second
what
leg.
Leonard Gates is all about. That's what it was expected the first time he walked in here yesterday morning. And just when you thought Alec Small was beginning to run away with
Third
this
leg,
game,
it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
that's a beautiful finish there from Leonard Gates.
43.
Yeah, this is a massive game in terms of the group. In terms of the direction this will go.
121.
What's your favourite coming into this one? A win here will move him
100.
to 8 points. I said 14 might be the golden number, but actually with the way everyone's beating each other, it might be 12.
I think it will be 12.
180.
I think that 76 is a real compelling moment for Leonard Gates. I think we could be looking back at that because
100.
the quick-fire Small was just beginning to run riot. And that treble 20-8, I might come back to say that was the moment. He seems to have found his A game right now. 200 after 6 darts.
60.
Look at the speed of this guy.
98. Leonard, you require 140.
I think he'll give Ricky Evans a run for his money.
I think he might have even got faster today.
He has. It could be a sign of confidence for him. I wouldn't want to suppress that. 63 left. I don't think Leonard will know that. He is allowed to ask the scorer. He doesn't seem to. He should really be looking at treble 13 or treble 17.
92. Alec, you require 160. 70.
Despite the miscount.
Leonard, you require 48.
48 after 12 darts is very acceptable. Big target of the 16 and the 8. And it's the 16's route he goes for. I say, I always feel confident when he likes a double. Is he going to prove me right?
Shot on the third leg.
Certainly is. And
Leonard
there's the fist
Gates.
pump from the American. This is a good
Fourth leg,
performance.
it's Leonard to throw first.
This is a great
Game
match. Both playing their A- game here.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying there about the score, you are allowed to ask the referee what you have scored.
134.
You are allowed to ask the referee what is required. But what the referee will not tell you is how
100.
to do it.
$100.
Nice and solid here from Gates. There's a side view with a super
100.
quick, super talented Alec Small. Just exuberates confidence for me from the last time I seen him.
95.
The first slack dart, but 172 after 9 is fine.
100.
Ton for Alec Small. On 172, 2 treble visit, he would be nice.
96.
That's second best, that's fine. He's had a 76, which was important once.
140. Leonard requires
Once
76.
again, the setup play from Alec Small has put so much pressure on the 76. Is this game going to be all about the treble 20-8?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Absolute
Leonard Gates.
replication of the 76 last time. This is the Leonard Gates we've been waiting for. This is the Leonard Gates who
Fifth
will be
leg, it's
gracing
Alec
our
to
screens
throw
on Monday
first.
night at the famous Ali Pali. He'll be feeling really good
43.
about himself, and the two best players of this group are putting a real show on for us right here.
You remember in the last game it got to 3-all, and I said, if Leonard Gates is the class act of this group, now is the time to show it. And as we said that, he hit the 180, ended up going on and winning the match,
140.
and he has come into this game, he's running at an average of 103.29. From that moment where we said, if Leonard Gates is a class act, stand up now, he has stood up tall, and he is throwing his best darts of the week so far. The average continues to rise up to the 105.
96.
It's not too shabby from Alec Small, who was averaging exactly 100 going into that one. This is a proper game.
$84.
Once again, not often I say this, but that's good maths. Good setting up there by Gates.
94.
And as quick as he
Leonard
is, he's still in the
require
moment there,
100.
because for a second I thought he was going to stay on the 20s, but advantage Gates.
Game, shot,
Confident,
and the match.
clean,
Leonard
decisive
Gates.
conclusion to the match. Leonard Gates, please stand up. A fantastic performance from the American. And just look at them staggeringly good averages. All of a sudden he puts himself out there above the parapet. Next up, it's an old Dutch affair. Willem Mandigers, Jeffrey Bekema.
Welcome back. It's time for a chat with Matt, Mr. Edgar, joining me to analyse what's happened so far. And we'll start at the end, the fifth match there. The real Leonard Gates stood up finally, didn't he?
Well, it was from the point of, I think it was 3-3. I said, if you're the class act Leonard Gates, stand up now and show us. You just have to look on your screen right now, and you've been shown 80%, 4 from 5 on the doubles, 100 check out there at the end of the game, 103 average, 2 180s. Everything about that says Leonard Gates is the class act that we've been bigging him up to be.
And that against the man at the top of the table as well, not just any of the opponents. He gets himself within 2 points of Alec Small, and it was looking like a really open race for second place. But have we just seen it become a race for the top 2 spots again?
Well, I said, didn't I, as this sort of group started and as it sort of panned out, that I expect to see Alec Small and Leonard Gates as the 2 players at the top. They've now took those top 2 positions. I do think now they're going to firm those up, and I think we're going to pretty much see Gates and Alec Small going through to Saturday night's final and joining Adam Warner. Just
a quick word on the 4 matches before that, all of them going 4-3, and you could see all the players really going through it. They all feel they've got a chance, and you could see that they were kind of emotional when they won in terms of relief and devastated when they lost.
I think I've seen more relief today rather than expectation or determination. That's what we saw in Leonard Gates. That's the difference between him and the rest of this chasing pack at the moment, because everyone is like, oh, I got through that one, I'm relieved. We don't want to see relief, we want to see expectation and the drive rather than, oh, thank God I got away with that one.
Yeah, he went and got it, didn't he, Leonard Gates? Well, let's see if Jeffrey Bekema can follow suit against his fellow Dutchman, Willem Mandigers here. The pair of them, of course, did play yesterday, and Bekema won quite easily, 4-0. But Mandigers, having lost his first 4 matches, has won his last 2, both of them against Tony Newell. And I posed the question, you noticed on social media, whether or not we'd written him off too soon. Do you think there is still an outside chance for him?
Yes, in terms of winning games. I said down in commentary that I feel that Mandigers is now at a point where it's been a long week, and when you're losing, it's draining. You just want to get home. You want it done with. That finishing line's kind of in sight. I think we do see the best from him. I think he takes this one.
Well, let's see if the Mandigers miracle stays intact. There's an opportunity for him to go from bottom to finishing in the top 2. Another win here would give him a chance, but defeat, again, we'd be writing him off. Let's see with Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Chris. When you talk about relief, the relief's not just with the players, but just to see Edgar on the balcony there gives me some welcome relief in here. Please keep him there, Chris. This is the moment that Jeffrey really sort of stood out yesterday with a big 4-0 over his compatriot. I spoke to Willem yesterday morning, said, what can you tell me about Jeffrey? But he knew absolutely they haven't crossed paths, they haven't played each other. Totally different parts of Holland
first
as well.
Leg, it's Willem to throw first.
So he was playing for the opening day, and Jeffrey that took the spoils with a big 4-0 victory yesterday. But there was something about Willem this morning. I certainly have written him off. I think
96.
for the only moment I thought, if Leonard Gates loses that last game and Willem can win this game, then he goes on 6 points with a rest. But I can't see
45.
Leonard really losing another game today, to be fair. And Alec played tremendous in defeat there. So for me, the front 2, I anticipate kicking on from here.
180.
And that would be even more frustrating for Willem because, like I've said many times this week, the talent is
43.
there. He's a former quarter-finalist of the World Championships at the Lakeside. Last 16 of the World Masters, he's won the Denmark Open. You know, he's
140.
that 180, 140, 85 after 9. Sometimes he can make the game look ridiculously easy. And the best game I've seen this week was his opening game
36.
on Tuesday.
Willem, you require
There's just been
85.
far too much of the disappointment. The other side of Willem that just simply hasn't been good enough, and a lot of that has been around the
45.
outer ring. The doubles percentages have been at times really poor.
I'm kind of disappointed I didn't look at the prices and the odds actually
42.
before I went up to
Willem,
speak
you
to Chris
require
Murphy, because I
40.
could potentially gave this one an Edgar's top tip, because Willem Mandigers has the throw.
Game
He's
shot
the
on the
guy I
first
expect
leg.
to see
Willem
increase his
Mandigers.
level of performance today. The 14 data putting the explanation mark on that. He was 6-5
Second leg,
to
it's
win
Jeffrey
this
to throw
game.
first. Game
That
on.
is Edgar's top tip potential.
Yes, I'll give you that, because we've been talking off air, and he really did fancy Willem for this game.
123.
But you know, credit and respect to Jeffrey. It's just
140.
beginning to show exactly what he's all about right now. He's beginning to enjoy the game. He had a big smile on his face yesterday after the competition. These were the kind of darts he was providing with
140.
his biggest ever stage average. We've been looking at his floor averages as well, and I couldn't see anything over the average he had against Leonard Gates yesterday.
139.
93.74. Like you say, when we talk about consistency, his first 2 games were in the 60s.
44.
I jokingly talked about that Robson on the flight yesterday. I didn't realise the whole dart was a Gary Robson dart.
Willem Mandigers, where have you been all week? This is spectacular. Power scoring, and I tell you what, I've never seen him look so confident. There's zip in the throw.
83.
There's a spring
Willem,
in his
you
step.
require 87.
The zip in the throat. Exactly what I've just wrote in my notes.
77.
But if
Jeffrey,
he has a
you
weakness,
require
we've seen this
111.
before. And all of a sudden he can 6, 9, 12 darts at a double and ruin what at 1 point in this leg was averaging
49.
119.
Willem, you require 10.
Put it away, Willem.
Game shot on the second leg. Willem Mandigers.
Well, a win here would not move him off
Third
the
leg, it's
bottom of
Willem
the
to throw
table due to
first.
the legs
Game on.
difference, but a strong win would start to eat into that legs column, and he'll certainly be going joint third
99.
in the table, which, after 7 games, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, from absolutely nowhere, he loses his first 4 games.
140.
Totally didn't expect to win his last game last night. And since then, he's gone on a bit of a charge, a bit of a roll.
41.
Where
Not
have you
sure.
been all week, Willem Mandigers?
I won't say this is a charge, this is a stampede. This is fantastic from Mandigers.
60.
Maybe all he needed was the Edgar seal of approval, because the Duzzer one was a bit bit heavy on the shoulders, I think.
100.
But it was a compliment, a big, big compliment of the respect I have for Willem. You know, when I seen the group this week and seen the 3 Dutch lads, it was a case of, you know, that is
60.
a pretty formidable 3. And I did worry about Getty, Newell,
50.
and Adam Warner was just absolutely sensational. The guy I didn't know hardly anything about. It was great to get to know the Sheffield uni
60.
guys and friends, family, and hopefully there's a few of them coming down tomorrow night, because he was an absolute credit to everything about uni darts and Sheffield darts and
129.
Yorkshire darts. I even had the Yorkshire county manager on at one point, scouting him.
40. Willem, you
Willem is not
require
showing
82.
too many signs of slowing down. 82 the shot, that leaves 77, double 10 for 3-0.
62.
You'll probably
Jeffrey
expect to
require
return with Jeffrey back on the
141.
141.
That zip in the throw just before, because yeah, the highlight of yesterday was that amazing 167 from this guy.
89.
He did lose his first
Willem,
2
you
games
require
yesterday.
20.
Oh, this has been Willem's weakness.
Game shot on the
But
third
certainly
leg.
not in this game.
Willem Mandigers.
Just shy of 100 average. I think I said about Leonard Gates in the last game. Will the
Fourth
real
leg
Willem
is Jeffrey to
Mandigers
throw
please
first.
stand up?
Game on.
He said that's been Willem's weakness. It's been Jeffrey's strength. Yesterday he was so impressive on the outer ring. Really
140.
good. Not just the big finishes, but finishes in general. And in the opening game, he carried that on today, game 3. 3 out of 5 on the doubles against Leonard
125.
Gates. So it's like Willem Mandigers has took note of that and he's gone, right, if I'm going to beat Jeffrey, the easiest thing to do is not let him have a go at a double, because he's
26.
likely to hit it.
Yeah, it's a very simple game when you break it down. When Jeffrey looks back for him, if he can get down to a double, the confidence is there that he's going to hit it.
60.
And joking aside, that was my philosophy as well. I knew I couldn't outscore the big boys, but I knew when I got down to anywhere close to a finish, I could sort of outfinish anybody, barring
100.
James Wade. And this guy's exactly the same. If he can work on his scoring power, it could be very dangerous next time he's
85.
here at the MODUS Super Series.
Well, you mentioned James Wade, the best finisher in the world at the moment. Damon Heta.
81.
If you had a player, Matt, who's got 1 dart to win the World
42.
Championships,
Jeffrey
who would it
require
be?
154.
Oh, I'd be going with Gerwin Price.
Absolutely. I've seen
39.
bottle on some players, but we're going prices to another level, and he's my tip. So apologies, Gezi, for that. Probably ruined every
80.
chance you had for this
Jeffrey
year's
require
Worlds.
150.
If you look at the stats, he's actually the 10th best finisher in the world at the moment.
And we talked about Jeffrey's finishing tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Give me a dart
Jeffrey
and a double,
Bekema.
guys, and I will hit it. I know it's a long nickname, but it's not bad.
Fifth leg, it's Willem to throw first.
Just
Game
hope
on.
that he doesn't have to pay per letter. on the
There's
shirt.
only one. Give me a double and I hit it. Well,
43.
very likeable guy. 33-year-old. I thought he was born in 33 when I first saw him.
180.
Big unit. I won't be upsetting him, that's for sure.
In fact, I'm going to close down my screen
45.
quickly so you can't see the answers. Have a think about this at home as well. Oh, the 9 data was on. Have a think about this one at home. I'm going to give you
100.
the answer in the next game between Leonard Gates and Tony Newell. Who do you think are the 5 best finishers in the world over the last 12 months?
100.
I gave you one.
Damon
in
Heta.
Damon Heta. So you've only got to get the other 4. Have a little think, write them down, and many you can get as
180.
Jeffrey is
Luke Humphreys.
adding to his MO of doubles with a couple of 180s.
84.
Luke
Jeffrey
Humphries is
requires
number 7.
41.
Out of sort of nowhere. 41 after 9.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
as we
leg.
wax lyrical
Jeffrey
about Mandigers,
Bekema.
going 3-0 up. Jeffrey from nowhere. It's now 3-2.
6th leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first.
And how many
Game
times
on.
has Mandigers thrown away big leads this week? Surely not again.
81.
Well, I've gave you one for free there. I've told you your Luke Humphries one is wrong, so you know Damon Hetter's in there. You've got 4 more to get. Again, guys, play along at home. If you want to tweet us in and let me know your
81.
predictions as well, at the Edgar 501, I will give you the answers in the next match. The top 5 finishers in the world over the last 12 months.
83.
This is by stats, not by opinion.
67.
And one of the answers we already gave you as well is it's not Luke Humphries. He's number 7.
Peter Wright. Ross Smith.
85.
Gowan Price and Joe Cullen.
29.
That is Glenn Durrant's picks. I've wrote those down. I'll remind you of those in the next game, and we'll see how many he's got right.
100.
And you'll be able to mark yours off as well. 5 predictions for the top 5 players. See how many you can get right out of 5. Like I say, tweet us in at MSS Darts at the 501.
Jeffrey required
Your
152.
5 predictions for.
The topsy-turvy nature of this group continues.
81.
Willem Mandigers 3-0 up, running away with it. And literally 3 or 4 minutes' time, it's looking very much like 3-3.
42. Jeffrey requires 71.
And you would feel this would be the nail in the coffin for Mandigers' chances. Fat 18. Leads tops for the guy who doesn't
Game
miss
shot on the
finishes.
6th leg. Jeffrey Bekema.
Unbelievable return the past couple of days, and this time
7th and final leg. It's Willem to throw first. Game on.
He is at the 8 darts at a double today and hit 6. That is mightily, mightily impressive. Willem, if you are going to win this game, you cannot let Jeffrey have a dart at a double. The
180.
easiest way to do that is to hit a 1-8. Why don't just hit a 9-darter, Willem?
Yeah, when you're 3-0 down, you pull it back to 3-3, you look down to the floor, and when you hear that 180, you think, all that hard work to get here. But the thing about Mandigers, he's so inconsistent. He usually
77.
that last dart there is a real saviour. A bit of shoulder in that one there for Jeffrey. That's a perfect dart for him.
83.
And that one, he let go of it halfway across it. Let go of it way too late. That's the disappointment for Willem Mandigers.
40.
Why do I keep saying this? Because I've sat looking at this TV screen since Monday, and you see sort of every strength, every weakness of the players.
26.
If any of them want to chat about my thoughts. I was never one for watching games either. I play me games and I'll just go and do my own thing.
59.
So it's all new experience now. And I remember watching Devon Peterson, and he was commentating for Sky. And he said
60.
one thing he really
Willem, you
enjoyed about
require
punching comedy, he could see the
145.
strengths and weaknesses of players. Something I've done that myself this week. He'll stay there.
59.
It's not over, but it's advantage Mandigers, that's for sure.
100. Willem, you require
So
86.
6 darts from 86, so I don't think we'll be looking at the bull. She'll go for treble 20 again. What a last
70.
dart. What a last dart. And if someone offers you 3 clear darts for the match, you'll take that at the beginning. They're the kind of mindset you need in this topsy-turvy game
95.
again between the two
Willem, you
Dutchmen.
require 16.
Mandigers double 8. This is the... Wow, that's closer to treble 8.
8.
And there
Jeffrey
you go.
require
If
82.
you want a conclusion to a book, the last couple of lines for Willem Mandigers this week was doubles, doubles, doubles. And we all know what this means. The man who doesn't miss doubles,
62.
he is human. After
Willem,
all.
you require 8.
What a worse time to miss your first double of the match. Only his third missed double of the day so far. 3 is the number, though, for Willem Mandigers. That's how many darts he's got in his hand as he looks to keep his hopes alive.
Game, shots,
and
the
finally,
match, Willem
Mandigers
Mandigers
gets over the line. He played pretty well in that one at times, but Glenn Durrant's described him as inconsistently consistent this week, and that moves him on to 6 points. That makes this group really interesting, but the disappointing thing there for Willem Mandigers is the legs. He's only getting +1. The legs column needs to go up for him, but the main thing that's going up is the points. Points, something Leonard Gates needs. He's in 2nd place. He's taking on Tony Newell in our next match.
Well, interesting things are happening here at the MODUS Super Series. It was 4 straight defeats for Willem Mandigers in Group C. It's now 3 consecutive wins for the Dutchman, who's back in the mix to make it through to finals night. And speaking of 4-3s, we've had 5 of those in 6 matches this morning. The latest coming for Mandigers in a last leg decider victory over fellow Dutchman Jeffrey Bekema, who only missed 1 dart at the double in the entire match. That was to win the match, and Mandigers managed to put things right in the last leg decider, having surrendered a 3-leg lead in it. Here's how it affects the table then. And Mandigers, he still sits at the bottom, but he's just 2 points off second at Leonard Gates in action next. He will probably want to see Gates beaten here, Mandigers, as will Getty and Bekema. Tony Newell, of course, the man that is playing him and hoping to do that. Alec Small on 10, still in a very strong position himself. Tony Newell's on a bit of a losing streak, but he did beat Leonard Gates when the pair met yesterday. And guess what the score was? 4-3 once again. But Newell, despite taking out that finish, was beaten by Mandigers in his opening match of the morning, and has gone down to Luke Getty as well. Both of those in last leg deciders. So normal service was resumed in the previous match after that stunning performance by Gates in the game before when he got a 4-1 win against the league leader Alec Small. Gates finally seems to have arrived in his top form in that last match. Can he continue it here, or can the Bear end this losing streak? Let's find out in the company of Glenn Durrant and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. The guy in your picture there was sensational in the top of the table clash with Alec Small. I think that was the moment for him where it all just sort of clicked. He seems to have a little bounce in his stride right now, whereas Tony's sort of fighting internally with himself. It's not been the best of the weeks for the Bear. But if there's one thing I've learned about the MODUS Super Series, it's predicting a big win for one player, because it can come back and bite you on the backside. So we'll see how this game goes.
First leg, it's Leonard to throw
it's
first.
Advantage
Game on.
Gates for me. And if he does win this game, it really brings him up to that. Once you get to 10 points as well, he'll go joint top, and I think he might just do what Edgar said.
140.
And go the full 5 out of 5.
In terms of the level of performance that they've shown us today and recently, I mean, Tony Newell's not been at it today. 73 and a 67 average.
59.
He knows that's not enough, and against Leonard Gates, who's been the star performer today, especially when you look at that 103 average, I think that this is safe to say
60.
that Leonard Gates takes this one and takes this one well, which he kind of needs a big win because it'll just move him away from the chasing pack on the legs as well. That will act as a bit of a bonus
45.
point, because at the moment the legs are quite tight. He's on +4, one of only 2 players who has a plus legs column, him and Alec Small.
59.
But I think if he can get a nice strong win here, I think that'll be him 1 win away from Saturday night's final.
Just playing devil's advocate though, yesterday
139.
you pretty much said the exact same sentence about this same game, and it was the moment that Tony Newell, after 270 averages, berating himself, beating himself up,
100.
then produced his best game of the day against Leonard Gates, averaging well over 90. So we've written Tony off a couple of times this week. I think he's written himself off
43.
mid-game a couple of times this week.
142.
For me, that sentence you just said there is the big thing. Written himself off. I felt he did that in the last game when he was hitting all those fives.
120.
It was like the weeks just got on top of him now. The frustration was starting to build.
60.
And he's
Leonard
looking for an instant
22.
recovery, or else it's just going to be more of the same. Double 11 for Gates.
Game shot on the
Gates
first leg.
takes the
Leonard
opening leg.
Gates.
It's 1-0. And he will be looking not only just at the points, but like I say, the legs.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw
Although
first.
really, actually, I
Game
don't
on.
think Leonard Gates is the sort of person. I think we're looking at it because we're trying to map out his journey for him. But actually, when it comes to Leonard Gates, I don't think he really cares about that. I think he's just the guy that lives in the
78.
moment.
I think he could be dangerous. You know, whatever competition he plays, he's had eight maximums.
140.
Really great timing once again, but it's Luke Getty who tops the table for the maximums in this group with 11 over the 2 days.
80.
An area where Luke Getty says it's his weakness is scoring, and he fully expected to be top of the chart and sort of the percentages around set-up player and finishing.
41.
And the big power scoring of Leonard Gates actually hasn't really materialised, and we're just seeing more of an all-round game with him. I think the one thing with Leonard Gates I'd be taking to Wally Pally is that if he has a double, I'd feel confident he'll hit that.
85.
I wonder how long Leonard's over here from. I noticed on the graphic he's actually 52 years old. And I've just had a look at when the next qualifier is for the
100.
World Seniors, which we know takes place on the 9th to the 12th of February at the Circus Tavern in Purfleet. The qualifiers are actually just a couple of weeks beforehand. I wonder if he's
85.
maybe contemplated the idea of staying over here for the month and going to the qualifiers at the Crucible Club in Reading, the 27th to the 29th of January, because he could be quite a danger in that
180.
World Seniors.
Don't be giving him ideas, Matt.
Could join
42.
David Cameron
Leonard
of Canada, who
required
came through the
102.
qualifiers to win the Seniors Masters.
What you should say about David Cameron qualifying, because I'm playing like Margaret Thatcher.
50. Tony, you require 131.
He might go tops.
91.
I think early in the week he has been going
52.
tops on that shot, hasn't they? So again, another sign that he's just completely confidenceless at the moment. That is tops. 40 scored. 40 off to 52 leaves you 12. 12 can be achieved with 2 sixes.
46.
Let's be honest with you, he's
Tony,
all over the place. Even
40.
the setup play from 52.
Game shot on the second leg. Tony Newell.
Leonard will be feeling a little frustrated right there because, and you can see he's beating
Third leg,
himself
it's
up.
Leonard to throw first. Game on.
He knows his strengths. He knows his weaknesses. You know, I don't know if he gets the steel tip opportunity in America that he needs. That makes
55.
you really match sharp. I know he has the love of the game of the soft tip. But like you said, he's a very, very dangerous player. And there's them fives, which Matt has
40.
alluded to. But more importantly, I think Tony knows that we're talking about it also.
$58.
I just felt in the last game, just really beginning
41.
That show sides have been really convincing Leonard Gates. And that's why I've just given up with the tipping of matches, because I honestly thought he was just going to come out and steamroll Tony with a big 100+ average. Just no two games are ever the same, either. And you've got to feel sorry for them. I say feel sorry. It's just
25.
It's a technical issue. It's, he's losing focus, losing confidence, and the shoulders are dipping now. So there's, we could dissect the reasons why they're going in the fives. But for me, it's just the point of release. Because he comes across his face, he has to get that timing exactly right. And that looks snatchy. And he's playing as if he's
55.
beginning to
Leonard, you require
lose all hope and
154.
expectation.
Leonard Gates will have plenty of hope of winning
60.
the week. And he'll be expecting to get through to Saturday night's final. If he wins this match, he will be a win or maybe
41.
2 at most
Leonard,
away.
you require 94.
But I think 12 points might be enough in this group because they are being spread out quite far and wide.
74.
A big lead in this one of over 200 points. Tony Newell, after 15 darts, has only just got himself out of the 300s.
60.
And he looks a little
Leonard,
bit
you
fed up.
require 20. Game shot on the third leg. Leonard Gates. Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
I
87.
did say, didn't I, actually? I was going to reveal the answer to that question I asked you regarding the top 5 finishers in the world at the moment.
180.
Just as Matt's looking there, that's Leonard's 9th of the week.
So, Glenn Durrance was
100.
Damon Heta, Peter Wright, Ross Smith, Gezi Price, Joe Cullen. We've had a couple coming on Twitter, like Jack. He has put in MVG Humphreys Heta, Ryan Searle, and Peter
100.
Wright. The actual answer, if you was trying to get the answer to that question, was Damon Heta, number 1. Number 2, James Wade. How did no one mention James
85.
Wade? Number 3, Ryan Joyce, who went through the PDPA qualifier. And number 4, Ryan Searle.
139.
Martin Lukeman.
Yeah, Ryan Joyce I should have got. Unbelievable on double 16.
99.
He's up there with Wade on double
Leonard,
10.
you require
82 for Gates.
82.
I've sort of given up the way he goes, but that is the correct way. That leaves 17 for tops. for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Leonard
Superb
Gates.
darts from Leonard Gates. He's cruising to victory here, averaging over 90.
Fifth leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game
Looking
on.
at the floor, he's got his own demons there. And Leonard will be
100.
delighted to see that treble go in there for Tony. That sort of dart right there has been missing for a couple of days here. And when he looks back at the week, I think he'll look back with disappointment.
I don't think he'll look back. I think he'll look forward. Just dismiss this week.
57.
Move on. There's been plenty of good things in 2022 that you'll not have your season defined by a day, a week, a tournament, and that's what Tony's got to remember. Think of all those positives and don't dwell on the fact that one thing may have gone wrong. We've had another nice little tweet come in with a winky face on the end of it. It's from Jim McEwen,
60,
who is very notorious for a 4-3 in the Super Series, and we make note of that because he's so slow. You'd probably get on quite well with Jim McEwen, actually, because we've often referenced Jim as being quite boring. Obviously, looking at the 4-3s.
100.
Shared a practice room with Jim many a times. We've had some nice laughs, but he's often the one that the fingers get pointed at in the practice room. Actually won a week, didn't he, earlier on? Got himself into Champions Week. We'll see him again very soon.
30.
Quality player. I actually tipped to win Lakeside myself last year.
When you talk about pathways and opportunities, Jim McEwen has, grabbed it. There was a period sort of last
100.
year where he was dominating the MODUS Super Series. He was doing great on the WDF circuit, and then getting invites to the Pro Tours because of his
30.
success on the Challenge
Leonard
Tour.
require 84.
Very similar to sort of Robert Owen, Yellow Class, and them sort of guys. It's grabbing both opportunities, and it's double 12 in record time here.
Shots and the match.
Leonard Gates is on a charge. We said he would go 5 from 5, which was another one of Edgar's tips this week. He's halfway there, 3 out of 3 for Tony Newell. He just couldn't wait to get off the stage there. We move on to Luke Getty against Willem Mandigers. Could Willem, great form, continue? Join us very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Friday's action in Group C has seen Leonard Gates go on a roll here. He was not in the best form yesterday, only won a couple of matches, but it has been a stellar start to today. A second successive 4-1 win, a third win on the spin today so far. An average north of 90 there for the American, and he is in fine form. The opposite of Tony Newell, who seems to have crumbled a little bit at the back end of yesterday and the start of today. So Golden Gates has managed to bridge the gap and join Alec Small on 10 points at the top of the table. The rest of the field all on 6, 4 adrift of the top 2 now. But of course, Gates has played a game more. Willem Mandigers, remember, he is bottom of the table, only won for the first time in the last match of yesterday. He still has an opportunity. Faces Getty here. You think that the loser of this match probably drops out of the race. So let's have a look at what happened when they did meet 24 hours ago. It was Getty who got the job done, landing that double 8 to see off Mandigers. And he also looked like he was in a decent position earlier on today against the then league leader Alec Small. Took out this 120 but went on to lose that match, however has bounced back since and is still in contention to be here in front of a relatively home crowd, the man from Southampton, on Saturday night. So who will take a step towards it and really remain in contention? And can we cross out the player who loses this match? Let's find out. The thoughts of Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, I think Luke Getty, it's a case of missed opportunities. And for Willem, just started playing just a little bit too late. So there'll be frustration on both sides, but great to see they've both got a smile on the face there. And totally agree with the analysis once more of Chris. I think the loser of this can kiss any chance of Saturday night goodbye, because it seems to have been a week of separations, which you don't often get in the MODUS Super Series. Most of my experience is just seeing groups go down to the last leg, last match, whereas this week we've seen groups sort of cut in half, and I'm beginning to think that Leonard Gates and Alec Small are beginning to run away with this group.
First leg, it's
But
Luke
all these
to throw
two can just
first.
focus on this
Game
match,
on.
and the winner just has some opportunities, but then you're relying on others.
Yeah, I think Willem was, for me, a player who could make a move today. He's certainly
40.
done that. 2 wins from 2. He's put himself back in an outsider's contention, but it's not just the wins. He's going to have to win big
40.
somewhere. Is this the moment we do that, or does Luke Getty keep his slim chances alive for a chance at getting through to Saturday, which I think
54.
deep down, I think we'd like to see. We'd like to see the Getty Massive coming down here tomorrow night and filling up the room, joining the Sheffield lads, coming down to cheer on
93.
Adam Warner.
Yeah, that would be great. But it's not because he hasn't had the opportunities, but you can come down on Saturday night, and the tickets are absolutely free.
40.
Dartshop.tv. Be absolutely fantastic to sit behind them players right where they are now and cheer on a magnificent 6 players on Saturday night, going for a wonderful prize of 5 grand and the opportunity of being in Champions Week. It's one not to be missed. I'm beginning to look forward to it already. The league's just beginning to, and the field's just beginning to sort of announce itself. And then picking a winner on Saturday night will be a tough task for our top tipsman,
98.
Matthew Edgar.
And that'll be your last opportunity to join us for 2022. We'll be closing the doors, locking up on Saturday. And before the off on
60.
this game, we had 4
Willem,
to
you
6
require
Luke Getty, 11 to 10
130.
Willem Mandigers. I think there's a bit of value there on the 11 to 10, actually, when we look at Mandigers' level of play today. And now he's got over the line after having one of those sort of comeback games against him after taking a lead.
56.
Some good value there, 11 to 10 on Mandigers here.
Remember to gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
81. Willem, you require 74.
Back 20 leaves tops.
54. Luke, you require 131.
2 trebles required here. And now it's an impossibility, but he can set it up and put some pressure on this 20. And what he will be
91.
thinking was,
Willem, you require
Willem hasn't been
20.
great on the doubles this week, so there's every opportunity to be coming back.
10.
Once again, there lieth the
Luke, you
problem.
require 40.
Willem Mandigers, who's often started days quite well, it's about now that it begins to
Game
fade.
shot on the first leg.
And Luke's
Luke
been playing him
Getty.
since Monday, and he probably knew that despite the fact he had 3 darts,
Second
there's
leg,
always
it's
that
Willem to throw
concern
first.
that he
Game
would
on.
miss, and those concerns were raised, and that's been the disappointing aspect for Mandigers.
45.
Yeah, Mandigers looked in that leg, didn't he, like he was going to break the throw. Getty is keeping his hopes alive. He's a grinder, isn't
43.
he? Grinding the results, grinding the performances. Give him an opportunity. He's
87.
starting to take them today.
He can get a little warm in here on Saturday night. So I was already getting my words of
44.
sweaty Getty in.
Does that mean you might be considering giving him a cuddle
15.
on Saturday? You love a sweaty cuddle?
I think I even had the dart in my mouth. I think I nearly
134.
stabbed myself to go with it as well, if I remember rightly.
41.
And Chris Dobie expects sympathy that he's poorly because he brings that fort out on a regular basis.
58.
It's gone a little quiet here for Willem. These are the moments. You can't afford it in a best of 7. And the fact it's gone so sloppy here.
24.
This is the frustration. Just looking at his average there, it's not acceptable, Willem. You know, you're just coming out. You're opening your games really good, but trying to sustain it has been a real problem for him.
44.
It's not as if Luke's even in his own 5th gear. You know, this is about opportunities.
60.
When we've been watching the players like Willem for as long as we have, it's now day 5. After day 1, you go, okay. After day 2, you go, oh, that's interesting. Day 3, day 4, it's a pattern. Day 5, it's a problem.
138.
Yeah.
And it all stems back to them darts at a double. He gave himself the opportunity.
47.
And
Luke
then
requires
when he does miss
40.
an opportunity, he sort of does go quiet and go missing for a couple of legs, and you can't do that in best of 7s. But Luke's strength, he tells us, is
Game shot on the
doubles.
second leg. Luke Getty.
He knows exactly what he requires to do, and I have enjoyed Luke's aggressive way
Third
of
leg,
winning.
it's Luke to
I
throw
do like the
first.
fist bump.
Game on.
It's what gets him going.
Well, he's fighting, isn't he? He's fighting for his chance to get through to Saturday. He knows it's all or nothing. He knows it's now or never, and he's choosing now.
Yeah, by the body language, you would think there's only one winner right now. I'd even dare I say there's only one person who wants to win this match.
125. $20.
Not for the first time this week with Willem, where he's had a couple of bounce outs like that. Love that camera angle. Just see the way the dart, and we had some players where the dart was
85.
coming from the tops all the way down to the treble 20 right at the last second. So you can see people who actually power the dart straight in.
100.
So people with that trajectory that goes right above. Certainly the people who've got the real pull back to the face as well.
Got an interesting story actually for you, and I've mentioned
That'll
this
be a
before.
first.
43.
And I can't remember the name, and I've been reminded of the person 3 times before when I've told this story before, and it slipped from my mind
59.
again. But that happened in a challenge tour event. I believe it was about 2014. Someone threw the darts, and like Gary Anderson did at the World Championships, and like we just saw there from Mandigers, it knocked the darts out, and all 3 darts was on the floor. His opponent went up and threw all 3 darts into the wall.
43. Luke
He didn't
requires
take
68.
advantage of the bounce out. He refused and chucked all the darts in the wall.
I would say silly boy. Double 4. And do you know what he was thinking? He was
64.
thinking of busting. At 68 at one point there. Looking at what Willem needed. But if there's one thing I've learnt this week,
136.
double two was the size of a bucket because people just don't miss it.
Do you think he was checking the score, maybe a fear of getting stuck on double one? And
Yeah, I think he was thinking, shall I bust? And we just realised.
Game shot on the third leg.
That is the double this week.
Getty.
Last time it was double five that people just couldn't miss. But this is a game to forget for Willem Mandigers.
Fourth leg, it's Willem to throw first.
All
Game
at the
on.
wrong time. We're beginning to talk about him qualifying. This puts pay to that.
25.
oh, it's happened again.
That's his point.
That's
No.
117 points he's lost there just from darts that have already gone in, and he's knocked out with a further dart.
47.
Nobody else is having the real problem, so for me that's more of an equipment thing because he throws them in with power. And do you know what you do? Do
60.
you know what you do in that situation when you've had them bounce out? You start bringing the shoulder in a little bit. You start forcing the dart.
140.
I use someone who uses I do use an aggressive point or
No, not a believer. Well, I
80.
see why people use them, but I just like a nice little
Smooth.
standard point. Yeah.
just like your personality.
Well, that's what the
100.
ladies say anyway. Smooth. I think that's got potential to have came out as well. You see how it went in and then sort of wiggled?
120.
I don't think that had full grip of the board, and a very good idea there for Willem to switch. He obviously saw the same danger that I did.
I realised I used an aggressive point once when I was
60.
going for tops. He said, "Forgot." My dart looked at me and went, "For God's sake, would you get in the dartboard, Glenn?"
98. Luke
We've had so many
required
compliments this week, and you
154.
just had to do that.
$58. Willem, you require 118.
I think Willem has lost it a bit here.
55. Luke, you require 96.
Well,
36.
63 for a holder throw
Willem,
and
you
to give
require
himself a little bit
63.
of hope, but I think he's not a man right now who's got much hope.
Game
Well, that's a
shot on the
bit more.
fourth leg. Willem Mandigers.
Can I just say that was Matt Edgar, not Glenn Durran speaking there. That's the type of commentary I normally give.
I still don't think he feels like he's
Fifth
got
leg,
much
it's
hope.
Luke
I
to
think he
throw
feels like he's
first.
completely out
Game
of it,
on.
and I think that's pure. I don't think that's anything in terms of a revival. And I'm sure in about 5 minutes' time, if it is a
58.
revival, you'll be
Reminding you of that.
calling me out on that one, yeah.
I'm just disappointed that there's been no top tips today. He's been 100% and he's
55.
been very cautious today.
Well, I think it's a day to be cautious. Obviously, I did mention that 6-5 of Willem Mandigers against Jeffrey Bekema earlier on. I thought that
I
was
thought you were a little late,
96.
actually, given that.
yeah,
We were well into the first leg, so you can't take credit for that.
that was probably the one.
136.
In terms of looking forward to the value,
Who's Tony Newell playing? Jeffrey. Oh, that'd be an interesting game to try and decide. Both haven't picked up a win today.
140.
see, when it comes to the top tips, I don't really want to be giving odds-on shots because anyone can pick out odds-on.
59.
I'll guide you away from an odds-on if I think it's maybe a bit tight in terms of the value, but I just don't think there is any standout for a top tip today.
83.
So, and I don't want to go chasing and end up ruining the strike rate. So I will be looking at the evening.
57.
And we'll be on
Luke
Sporty Stuff
require
TV around 8:25
124.
this evening, giving out prime picks, which is my evening predictions. That landed yesterday, a double of 3-1,
39.
and Nick Kenny to win the group. I gave you at 9-2, and that one has been chomped right the way in. So you watched prime picks yesterday, you'll be just as happy as the people that follow Edgar's top
44.
tips.
Luke, you require
After 5
85.
days, Willem's just showed some emotion. Total and utter frustration. I would like to have seen that, actually, a couple of days before. That leaves 66. That He's 42, so he'll be looking at the area of the 6 and the 10.
53.
He'll be thinking he's got 3
Willem, you
darts at
require
32.
150. $46.
And Getty
Luke,
for the
you
match.
require 32.
To be into the sole third place on 8 points. Problems on the double bed continue, do they?
16.
They certainly do.
Willem, you require 104.
Fancied that. I got my pen ready to write my conclusion of that match and missed 3 darts. I was quite surprised. I liked the process. I thought he was going to nail that one. He's got another opportunity.
48.
This to keep his
Luke,
hopes
you
alive of
require
getting
16.
through to tomorrow night's final.
Game, shots,
In
and
a match
the
that
match,
won't have many
Luke
headlines.
Getty.
The big, really important thing for Luke was the 2 points, because he knows that puts him in 3rd place. He knows he needs Alec Small to maybe dip in form, but it gives himself an opportunity, and that's all you can ask for in the MODUS Super Series. It's Luke Getty 4, Willem Mandigers 1, and you feel that's the end of Mandigers' charge in Group C. Next up, it's Jeffrey Bekema against Alec Small. Big game for Alec.
Things are starting to look a little bit clearer in Group C here at the MODUS Super Series. It looks like we are saying goodbye to Tony Newell and Willem Mandigers. That after, Mandigers went down to Luke Getty in the match before the break. A 4-1 win, a real drop in performance levels from Mandigers, who had given himself hope with a run of 3 straight victories. But that came to a crashing halt, and Getty kept himself in contention to make it through to finals night. If we take a look at the table, you'll see Alec Small and Leonard Gates are leading the way on 10. Getty now just 2 points behind the pair, but Small is about to play his game in hand against Jeffrey Bekema. If Bekema wins this, it's all to play for, isn't it? But Small looking to pull clear Orvalut Getty, and as good as get to finals night, you'd have to say. When the pair met yesterday, the two players that are about to take to the hockey now, well, Alec Small produced a fabulous 1-4-8 finish in the very first leg of that match, but Bekema was the only man to beat him in Thursday's action. So this is a tricky opponent for Small to try and navigate. And as I said, if he does win the game, then he's probably got more than a foot in finals night. But a win for Bekema, and it's very much game on between the top four. Let's see how it goes with Glenn and Matthew.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, this was the big surprise yesterday. Jeffrey beating Alec, who was flying at that point, and he doesn't look like he's got all the too overly concerned about the situation.
I think this one is potential here for an Edgar's top tip, actually. I said I don't think that there's going to be any Edgar's top tips going today, but actually 8 to 11. Now, I know I said I don't like giving odds on shots, but 8 to 11 here on Alec Small to beat Jeffrey Bekema, I think is absolute top value. That isn't too far away from even money,
First
and I don't make
Jeffrey
this
to
match
throw
anything like that.
first.
If I was pricing this
on.
game up, I'd probably be looking about the 1 to 3, 1 to 4 mark here on Alec, the way we've seen in terms of the level of performance. So I'm going to put the 100% record on the line.
121.
I'm going to go for Alec Small to take the victory here.
Remember to gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org. I think looking at them odds there, I think there's two things. Obviously, Jeffrey beat Alec yesterday, and the fact that Jeffrey's throwing first, and maybe the fact that it was at this time yesterday that Jeffrey really kicked in and started showing his best form. So I guess they're the three things. But
100.
This guy's a real class act. He's, you know, this is what the future of darts is all about. There's so many young players out there now, and they just play without fear. You know, years ago, if you came across an established
85.
player who's been there and done it, they would get nervous. But you know, the young players now, because of things like the development tour and the JDC, and you know, they don't fear anybody now, and they're just pinging 162s like that for fun.
We had an interesting tweet as well. We are very interactive. We're very big on our social media.
Alec require 146.
At the Edgar 501. I've got mine open in front of me. Glenn's got his at Dozer 180. We had a message from Brian who said
84.
Jeffrey reminds him of a bit
Jeffrey
of
require 120.
stone skimming sort of action.
That's a good point, but Shanghai stone skimmer.
100. Alec requires 62.
And his doubling's been absolutely unbelievable. And it's tops for Alec Small.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he
Alec
replicates
Small.
exactly what Jeffrey's been doing to others. One dart at a double, and he pings it. Good banter
Second
between
leg,
them, a lot of
Alec to throw
respect.
first. Game on.
All the players have been magnanimous in defeat. It's a good players'
42.
lounge, they're all making friends in there, but it's business when you get on that hockey.
$81.
Yeah, we've referenced the amount of points needed. We think
140.
12 will give you a strong chance. 14 is over the line. And Alec, if he gets this win here, will move on to 12. And Leonard Gates is playing next against Luke Getty. Luke Getty, the closest rival to the top two.
Yeah, it's 2 from 3 now, isn't it? And that Luke Getty versus Leonard Gates is massive. And but first of all, if Alec Small can do his job, because if Jeffrey did beat Alec in this game, it would be all to play for still.
125.
If he didn't hit the 180, anything but the 180 there would have left him a non-finish. He could have left himself on the 159 there with the 140. Should have been a switch there, Jeffrey, and you've just gave Alec a big opportunity to hold his throw. You gave him an extra 3 darts, essentially.
Jeffrey bungles
43.
once more.
Alec, you require 85.
This is rapid.
45.
That wasn't in.
Jeffrey, you require
He hit the flight on the
131.
way through there, didn't he? Which changed the point and the direction in which that went. That
Is it
went into
tops,
the
tops
5.
here, Matt?
91. Alec, you require 40. 20. Jeffrey, you
Oh,
require
one
40.
thing we've learnt this week is do not give Jeffrey a chance at the double, because we haven't seen him miss
Game
these
shot on the second leg.
opportunities. And
Jeffrey
he's not going
Bekema.
to start now. That's the breaker throw back for Jeffrey. He levels up this game. He's averaging 95
Third
in
leg,
the
it's
first
Jeffrey
couple
to
of
throw
legs.
first. Game
Missed
on.
opportunity there for Alec to really stamp his authority on this game and group.
I wonder if he's having a really good week on the doubles, or is that his strength?
100.
Obviously, we don't know a great deal about him. We haven't really chatted too much because you don't, like I say, you don't want to get into the mind and affect their preparation
59.
and concentration. But he's been absolutely phenomenal on the doubles, and just give him a chance, and he usually hits it.
60. 44.
Here's the weight of the situation. Pressing down on
81.
Alec. I wouldn't say it would press down too high on him. This
Yeah.
is a guy who's played a best of 3 match for £10,000 and come out successful.
45.
That's the bit we don't like, isn't it? The sort of the reaction from him. He's the better player. It's just about being professional,
85.
focused, disciplined.
100.
Yes, he's absolutely rapid.
$59.
Good darts from Alec. Big,
Jeffrey
big
required
180.
116.
Perfect timing.
Game shot on the
And
third
once
leg.
again,
Jeffrey Bekema.
Jeffrey Bekema gets a dart at a double and sees it off. A massive 116 finish there, just as
Fourth
Alec
leg, it's Alex to
hit that
throw
180
first.
to leave himself on the 73. Big darts from both.
100.
Really big moment, actually. You know, Alex asked him every single question he possibly could. And Jeffrey did what Jeffrey does.
17.
3 from 4 in game 6 when he took on Willem Mandigers. 3 from 5 against Leonard Gates.
180.
This is a quality affair. And one of the things you've got to say about Jeffrey is he's possibly the best finisher we've had this week.
Edgar's
42.
top tips. Under pressure for the first time this week.
57.
My co-commentator felt the 8-11 shot of Alec Small was needed snapping up. Jeffrey, this was the time of the day really kicked in
79.
yesterday. He went
Alec
from
require
someone very, very
164.
average to someone very, very good. And if he continues the way his doubles are going, bowl for a 164 there.
134.
That would have been a real showstopper. Jeffrey winning the 300s.
85. Alec required 30.
And that's a
Game
good
shot on
mark.
the
There was a
fourth
potential
leg.
there. He could
Alec
have
Small.
maybe gone 14-8, but like I said, these young players, no fear.
Fifth leg, it's Jeffrey
That
to
was a
throw
beautiful
first.
couple of darts at
Game
double
on.
15, and it's Desmond.
Good reaction as well. You know, he asked the questions of Jeffrey. Jeffrey gave him the answers, so he just asked him more
60.
questions. Goes out in 14 darts. That is the sort of things we want to see from Alec. That's the sort of stuff that's going to make you a
140.
top player. He's certainly looking like a top player right now, averaging in the mid-90s. Trying to really
60.
crank up that power scoring, which at the moment Jeffrey's not been able to land a blow on,
100.
where Alec is throwing some haymakers, the 2 180s, the 3 140s, level on the tons. If this continues, you've got to say Alec is going to buy himself more opportunities.
40.
But it's also on them doubles, Matt, as well, where Jeffrey just shines once more. 2 from 3.
140.
The scoring prowess, the scoring power comes from Alec, the young man.
He's up the pace.
Yeah, between them, if we could have Alec's scoring power and Jeffrey's finishing.
121.
The
Alec
ultimate
can
dart
require
player
121.
Plenty of time, 6 darts minimum. He doesn't need to be too aggressive, but that
85.
last dart's an absolute beauty.
He's throwing so much quicker.
I think he wins this game. He's super confident he's going to qualify.
140. Alec can require 36.
It just makes the game with
Game
Gates.
shot on the 5th leg. Alec Small.
Getty next. One that you shouldn't be missing. Good sportsmanship between them. One good thing about the MODUS Super Series, you make friends, acquaintances. And this all sounded very friendly next door.
180.
About 3 minutes ago, you said Edgar's top tips are under pressure.
I was just helping you out.
100.
I was getting nervous for you. And that's the beauty of a super quick play, because like you said, it was literally 3 minutes
100.
ago. But he hasn't even got time to sort of panic. He just gets to that hockey and lets fly. And when they go, well, it shows some respect to Jeffrey. Keeps fighting.
66.
The thing for Jeffrey right now, the strategy for him is just get me to a double. Because I'll hit the double if I get there, but
43.
just can't match the scoring power of someone like Alec.
That was just a bit too quick, wasn't it? The hand didn't open there and it just dragged it. Sort of turned the wrist a little bit there.
140.
But we can forgive him of that when he's averaging 97.5. He's racing. I use the term racing because I've never seen him throw this quick.
84.
He's racing towards the finishing line, racing to the top of the table. He'll be racing into tomorrow night's final.
I'm happy with the pace of him. I wouldn't change a thing. It's that
25.
third dart for me.
Alec requires
And I will
94.
use the words again. Just a little bit of composure. That's sensible. That's disappointing.
Oh, I wouldn't change the pace of him, and I'm liking what I see because he's playing with the emotion he is
62.
feeling. He's not trying to
Jeffrey
suppress
require
anything.
170.
He's just playing how he feels, which is good. Run with that.
I did have a funny story about Alec, but I won't
45.
spoil this double 16 here
Alec require 32.
for the match.
Game,
Is that the
shot,
moment?
and
Alec
the match.
Small
Alec
cements his
Small.
place in Saturday night's final. Great sportsmanship between both of them. Big smiles on the face. That could be the end now of Jeffrey. For Alec, he's looking really good for Saturday night. Well deserved to be a fantastic addition to the MODUS Super Series final. A great average there. Alec Small, the charge goes on. Next up, don't miss it, Luke Getty, Leonard Gates. This could determine who gets that other place.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series. We might be about to confirm the two places at finals night in this group, because that victory for Alec Small in the previous match has just about as good as put him there. 4-2 win over Jeffrey Bekema, a 95 average. Really good stuff from Small, charging towards the checkered flag here. And his place could be confirmed as soon as the end of the next match. If we look at the table, well, it's incredible how quickly things can change, isn't it? It's been looking so close all throughout the day, and then suddenly, after the next game, it could all be settled. Leonard Gates taking on Getty in a really significant game in this group. When the pair met yesterday, the American ace Leonard Gates got the better of Getty. He won that match with this fabulous 1-2-6 checkout. Just having to check the score before he pinned the double to win 4-2. But Getty has had some good runs today. Gates, so, has been in imperious form, winning all of his matches so far. A 4-3 win there against Bekema. Getty himself got a potentially pivotal win against Bekema to keep himself in contention. But he is now tiptoeing across the tungsten tightrope. If he wins this, he stays on it, he stays in it. If he loses it, then he is out, can no longer qualify, and Gates and Small go through. Pretty simple. Winner takes all in this one. Over to Glenn and Matt to guide you through it.
Yes, the last time I was here, Henry Deacon was using some ABBA songs to quote things, but in Henry's words, the winner takes it all here. Or does it? For Leonard Gates, a win here would see him in grace Saturday night. But how exciting would it leave the conclusion of this group if this guy wins? Because all of a sudden we could be looking at legs difference, and the last game's going ahead. So all to play for. Looking forward to this one. Matthew Edgar did sort of state at the beginning of the day that he felt that Leonard could go 5 out of 5 today. I had my doubts.
Game on.
I certainly thought he could yesterday. And Roe does look a little bit early doors. He hasn't been brilliant at best all day, but he certainly produced the goods against Alec Small. Now he just has to finish the job now. And for Getty, he does have hopes of being here Saturday night and get the Hampshire Massive down here. If that is the case, now is your moment.
42.
The way the day's been going, the odds, everything is pointing in the favour of Leonard Gates right now. And the early exchanges of this are pointing to Leonard Gates. I asked the question. 3-3, I said, if you are the class act that we said you are, stand up now. From that moment, it has all been about Leonard Gates. As if he heard me and he went, are you questioning me, pal?
139.
Great counting, Leonard Gates. The switch there changed the 81 to 82. The 82 is much better shot than the 81. Because it means you can utilise the ball at the start of the finish rather than the end it would with an 81.
He's brilliant on the bullseye as well.
Shot on the first leg.
Why is he brilliant?
Leonard Gates.
Because obviously in soft tip, the bullseye is predominantly the dart they mainly go for, the area of the board, and he is absolutely fantastic at that.
Game on.
And that bounce has returned to his step.
There was a breaker throw as well there for Leonard Gates in just 11 darts.
Yeah, he's going through the gears now, and in darts we'll talk about two things, going through gears and timing as well, and all of a sudden he's putting everything together.
40.
For Luke, he's had the opportunities, and I think he'll look back, and I think he'll scrutinise the results, and could have done better here, could have done better there.
59.
And there was moments today where I felt like he was going to get through that loss to Alec Small. That must have hurt. You know, he was well in control, and to lose that game 4-3.
60.
You saw the disappointment. He did bounce back. It's a tall order to beat Leonard, and also then there's the issue with the legs difference as well. So
85.
Right now it's looking like a Gates, Small Gates going through.
60.
Small and Gates, but big chances you'd feel on Saturday night. We're still not 100% sure what we're going to get from Adam Warner because
85.
he's very, very new to the scene. We've got some strong talent coming through later on. Group B, that will start at 10 o'clock tonight. We've got 3 players coming from that group, and
90.
we're not too far away, really, from confirming those 3 players early on in the night.
Is it too early to ask you for a winner on Saturday night?
Yeah, I'll give you that
80.
tomorrow when I appear in my absolutely naughty Christmas shirt tomorrow night.
44.
Both
Leonard
viewers sharing the balcony
92.
tomorrow. Sharing the workload. So you can all see this shirt. But Saturday night, can't wait for. It's double 16 here for
Game
Gates.
shot on the second leg.
And
Leonard Gates.
record quick time. In less than 3 minutes, he's 2-0 up. Is it the end of the road
Third
for
leg, it's
Luke
Luke to
Getty?
throw first. Game on.
What do you think? What do you think Willem and Tony Newell will learn from this
85.
week? What's the positives and negatives from them two?
I don't think Tony Newell's going to learn anything from this week. He's got far more experience than 1 week could ever
140.
define. And I don't know if he's going to take too much from this because it's not really been the experience he probably would have hoped for. He would have been hoping to get through this group. And
45.
with the CV he's got, you'd expect him to have got through this group as well. So for him, this is one of those dismissals. For Willem, it's very, very simple.
95.
This is a wake-up call. If you want to do this, if you want to compete on this stage against this class of player, a player like Leonard Gates, who is going to the World Championship, a player who's averaging 106 in a game he needs to,
58.
you have to put the time in away from this arena as well as in it. And he'll be the first to admit that he hasn't probably made
94.
enough time as he should have to get himself to peak performance.
Yes, I agree with all that. And we've talked about Leonard Gates and how dangerous he could be at Ali Pali.
140.
He's getting away with a bad count in 2.66 there. He incorporated the 18s when he really should have gone downstairs and to leave the bogey number of 172.
60.
At that point, he had a real opportunity at least to leave a finish. I'm just thinking if he's getting away with it now. Will he get away with it on the biggest stage in the world of darts?
50. Leonard to require 112.
I would like to add to Tony and Willem. Willem's not going to Q school, whereas Tony's going to give it one last go, in his words. He's got unfinished business.
52. Luke to require 123.
1, 2, 3. There's a 19th. That leaves 66 or treble 16 or 16 for the bull.
82. Leonard to require 60.
And I'll give one of my dreadful tips here. That I really fancy this. Thank you,
20.
Leonard.
Luke to require 41.
This is must hit.
Game shot on the
What a
third
dart.
leg.
He kind
Luke
of blocked it
Getty.
a little bit. You saw him move over to the right. You can see the angle of the dart going in, kicking to the right, just showing how far over he
Fourth
had to
leg, it's
move
Leonard to throw
to
first.
see that double.
Game on.
Leonard Gates missed 2 opportunities for the double break, but Getty keeps himself in the match.
59.
At one stage in that leg, Matt, there was 40 difference
100.
in the averages. Yeah, on the scoreboard right now, I mean, that differential, it's dropped by half, but it's only 2-1.
100.
See Luke
Reminds
Getty
me,
there.
reminds me of set players. I remember I was always a decent set player because you're never out of it. The World Masters, best of threes, you know, you're never out of it with set player, whereas when you're playing like a match player
57.
game, averages don't sometimes come into it. But in this game, sometimes there's too much focus on averages.
97.
I got frustrated last night when someone said I would love to play the modus because I can average this, average that. I nearly replied, but I didn't.
140.
Well, if you want to play the Modus, it's very, very simple. Get yourself to your ADC competitions. You can get up the ranking system there, and then you get your invite to come here, and you can come show us all what you can do. Prize money is there. That is more than a year's salary, really, for a lot of people if you can win one of these 13-week phases. If you include on top of that as well your appearance money. And that is what these lads have done this week. We've seen a couple of players representing the ADC system. You could be doing it too. Get onto the ADC website, find your opens. They've just announced an increase of prize money, an increase of events. Up and down the country, you'll be able to find a nice local one for yourself, and you can come and show us what you can do.
1.17 million. MODUS Super Series will be paying
44. Out. Leonard, you require 104.
He's changing 20 grand. Just look at the story of Conan Whitehead. Going absolutely nowhere with his career. Well, he's 47. It's double 14. He does like that double 14.
On the fourth leg.
Seen him go that way a few times. We've called it the Mensa. Well, that's a good finish from Leonard Gates.
Fifth leg, it's Luke to throw
He had
first.
Finishes of 1-2-6 yesterday, 1-1-3 yesterday. We'll give him a chance out of double. He will ping it.
We mentioned Conan Whitehead. He won that £20,000, which is very easy to look at that big novelty check that he held, which, by the way, I love a big novelty check. We need to bring that back a lot more often. But
99.
It's not just that. It's the £5,000 that he won in qualifying for that event, plus his appearance fees that he would have got. Winning that series, that phase
100.
of about 13 weeks, was actually worth closer to £30,000 for Conan Whitehead. And that still gives him the rest of the year to go and play and do what he needs to do, or if he's working still, it can be a career-changing amount of money. It's in such a small amount of time, and
35.
That's why if you think you have got the ability, get yourself to those ADC events, or if you are over 50 years old, there is a partnership now in place as well with the World Seniors. Get yourself to those World Seniors events as
98.
well. Go get yourself on the Super Series stage and being with a chance of, I say, nearly £30,000 for winning a series.
And the opportunity to come back for the next one is Conan.
Leonard, you require 164.
He failed earlier on in this competition. He's the 164. And for an unbelievable finish.
128.
But when you looks in, it's a great setup.
$44.
And if I've got my maths right, this will mean it'll be Leonard Gates and Alec Small into Saturday night's final.
Game, shot, and the match,
class act of the
Leonard
group.
Gates.
Certainly perked up today. That's 4 from 4 for Leonard Gates. He's shown his class now. His doubles have been absolutely brilliant today. It's job done, a 94.81 average. Just shows the calibre of the man. He'd be very, very happy as he walks back to the Players' Lounge. Great game for Leonard Gates. Joint top with Alec Small.
Well, the gates are closed and it's small over now in terms of qualifying from Group C. That's because Leonard Gates has just beaten Getty, meaning that Getty cannot now qualify, and Gates and Alec Small are through. And we can get confirmation of that with the Group C table. The top two on 12 points. Getty has just one game left to play, which is why he can't catch them, and nobody else can bridge the gap from 6 with 2 games left to play. Matthew Edgar has joined me. Now, the frustrating thing for me about them doing it with 5 games to spare is that, Matt, you get the chance to tell me that you were right twice before the end of the show.
Well, I don't like to use the term "I was right" or even I told you so.
He does.
What I like to do is say, "Didn't I say earlier?" That's the one I like to go. But actually, I could tell you 3 times because I'd said Leonard Gates go through the card today, and that's still on as well. So we could be talking about me being right again a bit later on.
Yeah, well, it's been particularly good stuff from Leonard Gates, hasn't he? He has proved you right, but he's really stood up and produced some really good stuff.
Yeah, I keep going back to that moment at 3-3. That was the moment where I said, if you are the class act, if you really are what we bigged you up to be, do it now. Show us now. He hit the 180, went on to win that game, and he's been brilliant ever since. And he's reacted really well to being what we expect him to be, and getting through to Saturday night's final is perfect preparation for what's coming up for him, and he's going to be a threat in that final as well.
The fact that it is finished already in terms of qualification is as much to do with the top 2 as it is to do with the next 2 that are about to play, though, isn't it? Because the 2 players we're about to see, Tony Newell and Jeffrey Bekema, well, they were both in 2nd and 3rd place, but haven't won a match so far today.
Yeah, just saw on the graphic, I think they lost the last 5 matches actually there, and Jeffrey Bekema's in and out, but give him a shot at a double. He takes it. He's probably the best finisher I've ever seen down here. He's absolutely brilliant on the outer ring. So the advice to Tony Newell is, don't let him have a shot.
Well, let's see what happened when the pair met yesterday. It was Newell who did get the better of Jeffrey on that occasion. You've mentioned that the finishing of Jeffrey as well, and here's a showcase of it, a brilliant 116 clutch finish against Gates. Ultimately, it ended in defeat, but that was the moment of the day for you, wasn't it, that last leg in that match?
Yeah, it's the last leg to shoot. That's why this Jeffrey Bekema is doing his big business, the checkouts. I can't big it up enough. I've never seen stats like it. He was 2 from 3, he was 4 from 5, and he was the same yesterday as well. As soon as he gets down there, he's just got to get down there a lot quicker because he's not giving himself enough chances.
So the top 2 are through, but there are 5 fixtures left to play. The first of them, a meeting between 2 men yet to win today. Who will change that? Let's find out. Matthew Edgar is going to go and join Glenn Durrant.
What a team. So Tony Newell in your picture now. Is it just a time just to relax? The league's over now for Jeffrey. I just think he'll be treating this game that he's still in the competition. He's enjoying every moment so far. You get that feeling with Tony. You feel like it's been a long, hard slog. I think he can see the finishing line now, and he just probably wants to get home to his family, get back to work, and just get a bit of normality and get himself ready for Q school.
First leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Very difficult to prepare your game. You know, I'm sure they know exactly what the scenario is, that they both can't qualify now. And what I do notice straight away, it's a change of darts here for Tony. Not only flights, that's a straighter stem he's using there. That very bulbous dart he's been throwing all week.
100.
He's going to give this a little go. Matt just comes back in now. Look at them darts there, Matt. And I tell you what, it's a good start. Jeffrey just doing his
100.
thing. And welcome back by Matt. And look at the dart he's throwing here. Any thoughts on that? Because they're going absolutely flying so far.
125.
I'm trying to think if you had them darts in the pack off, they belong to one of the other players as well, because I'm sure I've seen that stem and flight combination today.
100.
I wonder if he's ever thrown a straight barrel or...
Are they Mandigers darts?
44.
I mean, they're all... We've just heard them laughing and joking next door, and there's good camaraderie, good teamwork between them all. And maybe he's just had a bit of fed-upness because he hasn't had the greatest of
Tony
weeks.
required 132.
I did feel I wasn't a big fan of the barrel originally. What a dart that is. At least 71, so treble 13 or treble 17 will be the route.
74.
That
Jeffrey
leaves
required
58, a two-dart combination for Jeffrey. Be looking at bullseye with the first dart. Treble 20. For tops for a stonking 125.
on the first leg.
Give the man
Jeffrey
a dart and a
Bekema.
double, and he will ping it. That is some nickname, and that is some double percentage.
Second leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first.
For the big man.
Game on.
If he is going to look at his positives and weaknesses, his strengths and weaknesses, then his doubling has been absolutely magnificent.
60.
Just had a good little chat on the way back with Alec Small. He was telling me that he's got the missus coming down to join him for the weekend, which will be nice. We
81.
spoke before about having friends or partners with you, how it really helps when you're away all the time, but I'm not too sure about
60.
some of his romantic status. So he told me he wants to go do a bit of Christmas shopping, but he wants to watch a bit of the football.
59.
He's going to treat her to a bag of crisps and a hot dog, and he's booked her in the budget hotel.
What a smooth man. I was going to ask if Matt Edgar's
64.
friends would be coming and joining us on Saturday night, but he hasn't got any.
I was going to say, you can clearly see you might be mentoring Alex Small because he's certainly looking
97.
after the pennies.
But please come and join us on Saturday night. The 6 players will deserve it. You'll see Adam Warner, who
140.
was absolutely incredible on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Topping the group with established WDF players like Richard Vincher and Chris Landman. And just to sort of confirm that, you know, the pair of them were magnificent in the group of death last night. And we fully expect to see the 2 Dutchies here Saturday night. And joining will be Leonard Gates and Alec Small, which whets the appetite, certainly for me as a
95.
commentator.
Tony
I can't wait for that one, Matt.
124.
Yeah, it's all getting a bit tasty here, which always does on a Friday.
92.
We should
Jeffrey
call it
require
Tasty Friday
82.
from now on. It's where everything happens and everything takes shape. Oh, I was going to say, how are you on the ball? But is it the treble?
$73. Tony required 32.
Just liking the way these barrels are going. He's probably never thrown this style dart in his life, but that's the type of week he's had. I mean, they were
16.
2 beautifully thrown
Jeffrey
first 2
required
darts.
9.
You know, sometimes you can throw a dart, it clips your finger, you think, where the heck is that going? And it goes right in the middle of the double. Double 2, which has been good to most players.
Game shot on the second leg.
Jeffrey continues that
Bekema.
trend. The man with a brilliant nickname of give me a dart or a double and I will ping it.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Would have been nice to get that song sang on Saturday night. We won't be seeing him then, but hopefully we'll be seeing him again at the MODUS Super Series sometime in 2023.
140.
I would love it if next year he turns up in the Super Series and he's got a shirt with give me a dart or a double and I'll ping it across the back.
22.
In Dutch, though. It looks stupid in English. How nice are these darts sitting?
I've not been a fan of the equipment.
135.
I mean,
No, I haven't.
I preferred it with the slightly bigger flight, but I still think the flight's too small for that weight of dart to have a pair in there.
96.
It just didn't. It had more control, but I wouldn't say it had the right amount of control.
It's like I like the way them darts are now sitting up.
100.
I think Tony would be best advised, especially if he's watching this back, to get himself to his local dart shop and just try lots of different styles of darts.
64. Tony required
Can I just go back to the
126.
conversation we had? Sometimes you think, that's it. Let's just see this 126 first. For the bull, I don't think he'll go for that with him.
Game shot on the
He
third
obviously
leg.
went for that
Tony
because
Newell.
he needs something. He wants something to remember. And I tell you what, I don't think whoever's darts they are, they'll be
Fourth
getting
leg,
them
it's
back
Jeffrey to
because
throw
he's
first. Game
playing
on.
very, very nice here. Averaging mid-90s. But sometimes it can just be like a short-term fix, you
100.
think. That's it, magic. These are the darts for me. And then with a few days, all of a sudden they start going into the little fives.
85.
I think it was never the dart in the first place.
Well, that is also another thing about going with or going to somewhere where there are coaches, mentors, people who
41.
know what they're kind of looking at with that. So a lot of the time you can trust, if someone gives you an answer, you believe that person, you've got that
85.
faith in that person, you've got that belief in that coach, that answer, even under duress, you'll go with the answer. If you come away with a question, are these the
100.
right darts for me? How will these go in 2 weeks? All you're going to have to do is constantly ask questions. Right now, Tony Newell's a man who I think needs to hear answers rather than
136.
I would just like to see a bit of a smoother release. The exact point, that 90-degree point when the dart is
60.
leaving your hand, for me, it's just been a little bit jabby there. I would just like to see that a little bit smoother.
85.
And that last dart, I don't know, because when the treble 20 Durant is what you're probably thinking, it just looked so much more smoother. And actually, as bizarre as this throw is, it's actually his release point feels very smooth coming out of his
Only
hands.
require 110.
We had a little bit of a debate, a forward/argument yesterday. 110 tops for a 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Tony
If
Newell.
they are Willem Mandigers dart, I don't think Willem will be getting for his last game against Leonard Gates. There's a big wow. He's saying that because
Fifth
he
leg,
could
it's Tony
barely
to
hit a
throw
double today.
first. Game on.
You'd be thinking, why didn't I use these darts Monday morning?
There's been 4 legs in this match, which have been split 2 legs apiece. 3 of them have had checkouts 100 or more. A 125, a 126, and that one there from Tony Newell, who now moves his average over the 100 mark in this
45.
game and hits what can only be described for Tony Newell as a rare 180. Imagine if it's the 9. He couldn't, could he?
125.
That would have been...
I was shuffling for my
Impressive.
paperwork there for whoever it's the 9 darter. It's going a bit yellow, the piece of paper.
95.
It does have the word Shabba in, if anyone ever hits the 9 darter. This is unbelievable. I can actually hear the laughter from the players' room.
125.
They are definitely somebody else's dart he's using. He's clearly a little bit fed up. It's just great to see him with a smile on his face there. But
140.
I didn't dare
Tony
say
requires
a
71.
straight to battle would suit him because he's an experienced player. He's won big things. And who am I to say that? That's my frustration.
31.
I hate lorries overtaking lorries on a dual carriageway, and I hate people missing big numbers on the dartboard. There you go.
I don't think this is the debate between straight
60.
barrel or
Tony
bulbous
requires
barrel.
40.
I think this is a debate around the control of the equipment.
Game
That
shot on the
small
5th
flight
leg.
with a
Tony
big
Newell.
heavy dart. I've done hours and hours and hours of experimentation that got
6th leg, it's
condensed down
Jeffrey
to
to throw
about a
first.
7-minute video
Game
on
on.
YouTube. And my conclusion was that setup isn't right with the small flight with a heavy barrel.
100.
Oh, I don't know, Matt. I just think that it's a huge difference. Just the feel of that dart in your hand, that straight barrel like that. Because, you know, I've seen the dum-dum dart of Peter
100.
Manley, but that was such a Phase 5 Phil Taylor-like dart where it's so fat, it's like a Savaloy in your fingers when you're throwing, compared to this really thin pencil-like dart he's throwing
100.
now. So I don't think it's just more about, you know, the bigger flight. That looks like a standard flight that he's using now. And maybe your argument to me would be, is that setup there of them
58.
flights on his more bulbous dart. But that's the kind of things I always say, your practice is your revision, and this is your exam, and they're the kind of things you should be practicing at home.
42.
Oh, definitely. And I do think this flight and stem combo would probably be better on his other darts as well. But you can just see the angle in which they're entering the board, the way they're
100.
flying through the air. He's got more control. So that means any little imperfection with that technique isn't going to be highlighted the way it is with the setup he had previously.
Yeah,
59.
we've seen him just ping into the 5s, in particular in the 1s. It's just nice to see him playing a game with a smile on his face. Been a
100.
The only problem he's going to have now is he's probably going to think that this is the dart combination, flight combination that's then going to take him to Q school. And what I see so often is
68.
it's just
Tony
he's playing with enjoyment now.
143.
In a couple of days' time, all of a sudden, when they start going into the fives, do you love that? But that's another great dart. Treble 18 should be the point of target.
119.
Wonderful
Jeffrey
stuff.
require 132.
Averaging over 98. Jeffrey, just give me a dart at a double. Just give me a dart at the bull.
68. Tony required 24. Game, shot,
A
and the
fully
match.
justified
Tony Newell.
victory. Focused, explosive, thoroughly enjoyable to watch a guy who's been through the ringer this week. Totally different type of tungsten used in there. His best average of the week, 97.73. Well done, Tony Newell. Next up, Willem Mandigers, if he gets his darts back, and Alec Small.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And it is your last chance to be here in 2022 for finals night tomorrow. Tickets available for free via dartshop.tv to join us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I can tell you three people who will definitely be there. Adam Warner, who won Group A, Leonard Gates and Alec Small, who have progressed from this Group C. But what a bizarre outcome in the previous match, bearing in mind that Tony Newell had changed his darts He was using the darts, I've just had it confirmed, of Willem Mandigers and the flights of Getty, and produced an excellent performance. 97 average for Tony Newell, 98 almost, in fact, a 4-2 win against Jeffrey Bekema. He said it was the best he's played in 10 years. I wonder if he's given Willie his darts back for the next game. We'll find out in a moment, I'm sure. Mandigers about to take on Alec Small. Small now looking to try and secure a top spot in the Group C table. He's level with Leonard Gates, but does have this as a game in hand, so it's still in his hands to finish top of the table after a very good Group C campaign. Mandigers looking to lift himself off the bottom for what seems like the first time since a dart was thrown yesterday morning in this group. Well, when the pair met yesterday, Alec Small did beat Mandigers. He beat everybody but Bekema as he topped the group after day one. But Mandigers won his last game of the day and his first two of today, and put himself in a position early on like he was going to pull off some kind of great escape. That didn't materialise, and Alec Small and Leonard Gates have progressed. But Small looking to finish in P1. Mandigers might be looking for his darts because Tony Newell might have pocketed those. Let's see if he's got them.
Yeah, who would have thought the game of the day would be a dead rubber? But the banter next door has just gone to new levels. I mean, 6 people who probably all didn't know each other, all getting really well, and the fun and laughter. And he got a round of applause, did Tony, when he walked in. And so Willem hadn't practiced with his darts before this game. But yeah, there were Willem's darts and the flights of Getty. So a 97 point something average. Said he's always wanted to use a straight barrel.
First leg, it's Willem to throw first.
Didn't go there. But very memorable, very funny. It's one I remember that game, that's for sure. And Willem Mandigers did ask if he could have the 2 points, because they're the barrels
27.
that have just won with a 97.
I think Tony saw the funny side of it during the game as well, didn't he? He was smiling and enjoying himself up there. And
do you know which word I remember, Matt? Wow. I know it's only a 3-letter word.
57.
I caught him saying wow. I did spoil it for him. I did say, don't think that's
100.
it. Don't think all of a sudden your life's going to change overnight. I said, don't think. But he did say, come on, Glenn, let me enjoy the moment. 96. It's been a long week. How dangerous will this guy
97.
be on Saturday night, do you think?
oh, very. I would dare say, at the moment,
96.
to win it.
Do you really? Good for you.
60.
Over at the Alexandra Palace right now. Alan Suter 1-0 up on Mal Cumming. In sets,
94.
1 all in legs.
Alec require 144.
You'd expect Alan Suter to win that against he's Australian, isn't he, Mal Cumming?
Yeah, he played Fallon Sheriff, didn't he,
Willem
in the
require
World Series.
131.
Fallon's one win in the World Series this year.
93. Alec require 88.
Double 14, which has been good to a lot of the players.
60. Willem require 38.
Will he go straight for it? Or is he going to ask Tony Newell to throw the darts for him?
22. Alec required 28. Game shot on the first leg. Alec Small.
I wonder if now he's got through to Saturday
Second
and
leg,
earned
it's
himself
Alec
a
to
few
throw
more
first.
pounds.
Game on.
I wonder what round he's got to get to upgrade that hot dog and bag of crisp combination that he's told me he's going to treat his girlfriend to in the budget hotel.
46.
I think every word of that is true. I met her last time. He was here, but obviously he was at the bottom of the table an awful lot, and he was searching for results last time where, I mean, he oozed
83.
confidence when I was speaking to him yesterday, that chat we had with him when he came in. You know, you just felt he was here to get through this group, and like you've just said there, he's got every
57.
chance because, and I think what Matt means by that is he has got gears. He can play a few games. He's a proven winner.
58.
You don't win the champion of champions unless you've got something special about you. And like I say, he'd be raring to go tomorrow night. And what a prize that is for Christmas. 5 grand in someone's back pocket.
Speaking of celebrations and things, what happened, you know, when you won the Premier League? Where did you take the missus? Was it for a fried chicken, a pizza, or did you just go out for a walk somewhere so you didn't have to spend anything?
Do you want the honest answer, or do you want me to put a joke to that? The honest answer was was it 4 hours later? I was in a minibus going to Heathrow to play in a Euro tour at Germany. And then if you remember, I came home and then went to Germany the week after Risa. And halfway to recess, I think we flew into Frankfurt.
110.
I was told I got COVID. And I was stuck in a German airport.
74.
And the PDC got involved with the British consulate. And managed to get me home from there. What a night that was.
45. Alec required 36. Game shot on the second leg.
Record fast time. I think he's trying to beat his record of 4 minutes for 2 legs. Well, he did it by 2 seconds there.
Third leg, it's Willem to throw first.
I think
Game
we've
on.
been spoilt this week for fast, fluent players, haven't we?
I'll wait till this evening as well. 10 o'clock, Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We've got Chris Landman, Richard Veenstra, 2 quick players. I wouldn't say Nick Kenny's exactly overly deliberate, really. I think the only player we've got in there that's just a little bit more cautious with the speed of the throw would be
42.
Kevin.
For most people, Kai Fan Lung.
57.
And just for the record, that is what he likes to be called. I'm not chucking a name in there for Fat
100.
Beauty.
$119.
We've had a lot of Twitter interaction this week. It's nice that that's been calling me a cool dude. Very nice of him. I'm not sure what dude means.
90. Willem, you require 170.
Give them to Tony Newell.
96.
There might be
Alec, you require
bit of an auction
105.
going off on Willem's darts.
I actually get the feeling he will be giving them.
65. Willem, you require 74.
I think Alec Small's got a train to catch. The speed he's playing here. It's tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
For the guy who couldn't buy you double all week, when it doesn't really matter and the bottom lip comes out there, that's always a sign to say
Fourth leg, it's Alex
what might have been.
Game on.
Maybe he's just getting excited for the girlfriend coming down. It's the thing we spoke about when I was coming back
140.
downstairs. Maybe he's just excited to get out and treat her to that hot dog.
99.
He'd say you're taking her out for a meal or anything, and he said, "Oh, I want to watch the football. I want to come and watch the darts." I'm like, you know how to spoil
41.
a lady.
Yes, I'm off to Tenerife myself on the 5th of January. Get all the kids pushing me back in the seat.
24. $96. 140.
I've got myself a lovely hotel. It's got a rooftop pool. Only about 30 people around. I thought no one will like darts here.
140.
I got my belly out, got the man boobs out. Someone taps me. How's the darts going, Glenn? Lovely.
83. Alec, you require 84.
Was it on offer or something, was it?
I'm not tight.
59.
155 for Mandigers.
155.
It's a big ask. Even bigger now.
31. Alec, you require 25.
Do you know what he should have done in this match?
Game shot on the
Do you know what
fourth
Willem
leg.
should have done in this
Alec
game?
Small.
Use Tony Newell's darts.
Absolutely.
Then they could just had a straight trade.
Yeah.
Fifth leg, it's Willem to throw first. Game on.
I'd have took the 15% for agreeing it.
There he is again with his calculator working out his income. And he tells me he's not tight. Although yesterday on Edgar TV you did drink your
57.
bingo winnings, didn't you?
Yes, the can of Coke was destroyed. It's Still haven't got over that.
45.
You hear people winning thousands at the bingo. My first ever time of playing bingo.
58.
I've never seen you go from so happy. Go when someone
51.
says turn that frown up. So that was like you. You had this big smiley face, and then you come back with a prize and
60.
completely turned around.
Shall we tell the truth about the full house now?
Well, I think yeah,
About my fraudulent win.
yeah, come clean. You can come clean because I think in your
93.
earpiece you're about to hear a few comments.
Oh, I actually won the full house, but I still needed 2
85.
numbers. Thought I won't get away with this. And all of a sudden I get a couple of bottles of alcohol given to me. So apologies for any of the production team who
41.
were sweating. But top fraudulent cheating all the way from Duzza.
180.
And when I'm drinking, was it, what they call that Irish cream drink?
Baileys?
Baileys. It was a bottle of Baileys I won.
39. Alec requires 61.
You've gone from being the Premier League champ to cheating at bingo.
Well, I was robbed with a can of Coke.
Game,
for a
shot,
quick
and the
fire win,
match, Alec
It's
Small.
Alec Small who continues this marvellous charge to Saturday night. He's going to be a danger. He's going to be hard to beat Saturday night. 82.1 average, 4-1 win over Willem Mandigers, who ends his week against Leonard Gates in a couple of games' time. It's Alec Small who continues to impress.
Into the final 3 matches of Group C we go then, and Alec Small has just taken another step towards topping the table at the end of the day's play. A 4-1 win against a lacklustre Willem Mandigers, in truth, in that one. Sub-70 his average. Small easing to victory, and now looking good for a first place finish in the group. He's already through, along with Leonard Gates, who is the other man who could still finish top. There are 3 games left to play. Luke Getty, Tony Newell, Jeffrey Bekema and Willem Mandigers will all be bowing out at this stage. And Bekema and Getty about to go head-to-head for the final time this week. They did play yesterday and Luke won that meeting. And he's shown some good signs. He's by no means disgraced himself in any way this week. He's been a very, very good participant in this group. It all came down to that match against Leonard Gates for Luke Getty. As for Bekema, well, he lost out to Mandigers earlier on. It was a difficult day for him. He won 3 matches yesterday, but has lost every single one so far today. 3 games left to go then. I'm going to hand back over to Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant. And what about those revelations from Glenn during that previous match, cheating on the full house call at the Christmas party? I can tell you, Glenn, that all the production team have been going mad.
Well, I'll meet you halfway. I don't mind selling the bottle of Baileys now. So first it offered me 15 quid. I think that's quite reasonable. I just felt cheated, winning a can of Coke for a single line. I just was extremely disappointed and just went into my Middlesbrough zone of burglary and theft and went down the fraud route. And having to put up with Matt Edgar this week, I just felt a little hard done by. Still plenty to play for. Bragging rights, Alec Small, Leonard Gates to see who tops the group. I think for this game for Jeffrey, he was very, very poor against Luke yesterday. This was very early in the day, and I think he'll just want to put right that wrong for Luke Getty. I think it's just a week of missed opportunities. I think he'd be disappointed. It would have been great to see him here on Saturday night. I know he's good friends with Jamie Kelly and
gets Jeffrey to throw first.
A lot of the Hampshire players there, so it would have been nice to sort of gain the experience Jamie's done by qualifying for the Champion of Champions. Just get up there and go and enjoy yourself. Do a professional job, and may the best man win.
83.
Yeah, I think I've got to hang my hat on the no prediction thread in terms of this one. I think this is one of those games that will just come down to the moments. I don't think either player is really going to be miles off the pace. I don't think either player is really going to overset the pace. I think this is just going to come down to a good battle, a good match. I use the term match, not game, because I think what we've got here is a match of ability.
I did think that about the Tony Newell game and Jeffrey Bekema. It was a sort of a dead rubber game, but I just felt that's been the game of the day so far. Like I said, hopefully they can, any nerves they've got, any anxiety, any tension, that can just be shook off now and just go and enjoy this game and, you know, show the MODUS Super Series people that, you know, behind the scenes that I'd like to come back and here's what I can do. That's the way I would treat this game.
30.
I knew at some point you'd own up to the bingo, but I didn't know if you'd do it live on air.
It's been on my mind. I haven't been sleeping since. It just didn't feel right. And every time I look at that bottle of Baileys and the bottle of gin and vodka, I feel a touch guilty. Actually, I've wrapped them up.
42.
Present for me mum, present for me dad.
143.
I'm halfway there with my Christmas shopping now.
$107.
Looking forward to Christmas dinner?
I can't wait for Christmas. I'm a big, big fan of Christmas. I love Christmas. We're, what, 9 days away now. Big, big fan of this period of time.
140. Luke required 36. Game shot on the first leg. Luke Getty.
Like that. He's got a new fan in me as Luke Getty. I hope to see him back at the MODUS Super Series in 23.
Luke to throw first.
I think he's probably learnt more than anybody this week. And he can definitely correct a few areas that are required for improvement.
And over at the Alexandra Palace, Alan Suter looks like he's about to take the victory here. 3 sets to 0 against Mal Cumming. Something we predicted yesterday on Edgar TV. We'll know again later on, won't we? We're giving out some more predictions.
40.
We felt it was coming for Mal. Rubbish these, Anna. I'm not the king of puns, am I?
No.
65.
through to 6 darts here to wrap that one up. So we
28.
expect to see Alan through to the next round, which won't be a surprise. He's been playing some good darts recently.
It's coming home.
41.
I think they're already home, aren't they? No? Come home about a week ago.
Final tomorrow night, isn't it?
Yes, Sunday.
It's our Sunday night.
60.
I've lost days now. I'm completely out. I'm going to have a Coronation Street marathon to have to watch when I get in to catch up.
I'm going to have a Coronation chicken sandwich
100.
with my bingo winnings.
140. 45.
233 if there's something I've learnt this week. Richard Veenstra, Chris Landman, 233 if you hit a big 20 first dart. Onto the 18s, onto the bull. The 25 is a 170. That's a new one for me.
32. Jeffrey required 133. 89. Luke, you require 160.
And 160 would be nice in this situation. Because when Jeffrey needs a double, that only
Jeffrey
means one thing normally.
44.
Will the trend continue?
Game shot on the second
Unbelievable
leg.
finish of this
Jeffrey
guy, isn't he?
Bekema.
Absolutely unbelievable. Another
Third leg,
double
it's
missed
Jeffrey
in
to
this
throw
game.
first. Game on.
For Luke, that's been his downfall this week. For Jeffrey, one of the best double hitters I think I've ever seen. He's been absolutely,
60.
as the Dutch say, phenomenal.
Bit disappointed in you there, Glenn. You missed the opportunity to say unbelievable Jeff. Thought you'd gobbled up that opportunity.
60.
Yes, the famous rant of Jeff Stelling about Middlesbrough.
68.
Remember when you actually went to Middlesbrough, didn't you? You went in, I think it was Jonathan Woodgate's
81.
birthday, and you presented him with a Colin the Caterpillar cake.
He was sacked the next day. That was even better. They couldn't put the interview out because they sacked him the next day. That's the last time I got to Asda for me cakes.
You took
100.
the manager of your home football club, the football club you're so passionate about, you took him the cheapest birthday cake you can find in the supermarket. And I bet you billed them for
30.
expenses.
And I scratched the whoopsie off.
97.
Yeah, I was going to take my Victoria sponge.
Yeah, that's one of my
56.
favourite photos. That'll often appear on my Twitter account, that one. Glenn presenting Jonathan Woodgate with a Caterpillar cake.
He's back at the club now as first team coach.
24.
Super Michael Carrick. One of the big games of the season in the world of football tomorrow. Middlesbrough away to Burnley.
100. Jeffrey required 152.
Give me a double and I will hit it.
60.
And I had real concerns about Jeffrey yesterday morning, Matt. He's actually done okay, hasn't he? I think he's done enough to come back, and he's got the experience he'll gain from that.
84.
He's learned.
Jeffrey required 92.
And he's actually been a good addition to the MODUS Super Series. Treble 17. Like I said, his
32.
biggest thing is just getting to
Luke
the double.
required 90.
Don't think I agree with that. But could proves me wrong again.
Game shot on the third
Absolutely.
leg.
Proves me wrong
Getty.
again. He had the opportunity there going for 90, giving himself a shot at the bull. But he went for bullseye first dart there.
Fourth
What
leg,
that
it's Luke
meant,
to throw first.
there was no
Game
guarantee,
on.
but that treble 19 was a beautiful dart, followed by the double 12. So they're still 100% on the doubles.
125.
Just been trying to work it out why we're calling Jeffrey Mr. Give me a dart at a double and I'll ping it. Now, I'm not very good
55.
at working out percentages. I might have to use the internet to help me out a little bit.
Well, use me. I'm an egghead.
Here we go, perfect. He has thrown today 17 darts at a double. And he has hit
180.
Wow.
So that's a 64.7% return.
85.
64.71, I think. Yeah, I'll just check that with Kirk Bevins.
45.
Thanks for the backup, Matt.
I ain't got a clue what you're doing.
Countdown.
Don't watch Countdown. Not really a quiz fan, as you found out Monday.
45. Luke, you require 151.
Rob Cross was really the first person to start this
55.
opposite way of going round for big finishes. So many players have copied that now. For Jeffrey, his scoring power.
123.
He's probably been the weakest of the top six.
96.
With a 65% return on his doubles. That's his strength. Double 8.
Game shot.
3-1 to Luke Getty.
Luke Getty.
What's ironic about this is Luke Getty has just really toiled on the outer ring this week.
Fifth leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first.
Games he
Game
could
on.
have won, whereas doubles have been really poor. He's had 3 attempts in this match, and guess what? Pinged all 3.
I think that's why he had that little bit of
100.
smile on his face when he's going there. He's like, oh, there you are. This is my game, the finishing side of things. Where have you been all week? He's shown
60.
glimpses, hasn't he? He's shown good signs. He's shown ability. He's just now got to learn how to show that ability more consistently.
Sometimes you just got to win ugly. You know, you can't
28.
have 100 average every single time. And I think he's got an A game, but he's really struggled to find that B game. And sometimes this week a C game would have been enough. But he just hasn't been able to sort of
140.
find that. That's something I'd work on for him there. Maybe look at the way he's practicing. That could be an area to improve on. But I think he'll look back on a week he can find the positives
100.
from. For Jeffrey, it's simple. How do I get to a double?
121.
Because of his new nickname that Glenn's designed for him. Give me a dart at a double and I'll ping it.
There's only one. Give me a dart to a double and I'll ping it. It's got a ring to it, hasn't it?
83.
I think I'm going a bit stir crazy here. Ever since the revelation about the bingo winnings, I'm a
100.
steady dart from Luke. Single dart average over 27.
$83. Luke, you require 80.
Just about a straight first dart. Just sit on top of that. A bit close for comfort, but he's there for tops for 4 out of 4 on the outer ring.
60. Jeffrey, you require 107.
And Jeffrey, keep it going. If he's going to keep this going, he needs to find a treble. And then he'll get a dart at a double. He's going to get a dart at a double. Can he
It's
ping it again?
3-2. It's 3-2.
69. Luke, you require 20.
Well, he hit a double. It was just the wrong one.
Game,
And after
shots,
a week
and the
for Luke
match,
Getty
Luke
of torment,
Getty.
he has shown ability at times, but we now say goodbye to Luke Getty and to Jeffrey Bekema, both on their debuts. Putting some good darts at times. Jeffrey really improved towards the back end of yesterday, but we move on now to our final 2 matches, where Leonard Gates is going to kick things off against Willem Mandigers.
So then, it's Getty out of here with a win, though, for Luke Getty. He signs off with a decent display, a 4-1 victory, but he may miss out by just a couple of points, depending on the last result. Won't be a home hero's welcome for him tomorrow night on finals night, but he has, as Matthew Edgar said in commentary, shown some good signs, and I'm sure we will see him at the Super Series again very, very soon indeed. He's beaten opponent Jeffrey Bekema. He also bows out. He'll finish either 5th or 6th in the table. That depends on how his fellow Dutchman Willem Mandigers gets on in his final match, which is coming right up. It's against Leonard Gates, who's already qualified but can still finish top. Looking for a clean sweep today as well, Leonard Gates. He did win the reverse fixture yesterday, 113 checkout in a last leg decider with Mandigers waiting, having missed match starts himself already. And he's produced some excellent stuff today, particularly this top of the table tussle against Alec Small earlier on. A 4-1 win for Leonard Gates in that one. And he really has upped his level today. He's going to the World Championship next week. Can Gates continue his Ali Pally rally and make it 5 from 5 on Friday?
Thank you, Chris. Very early this morning, Matt Edgar did say that he felt Leonard would go 5 out of 5 today. As I did say, I did have my concerns from his performances yesterday, but I think he's going to grace Saturday night very much so. He's a top-notch player, played at the very highest levels, and he doesn't get any bigger than playing on the biggest stage of them all, Ali Pally, which he'll be doing on Monday night. And what better practice, match practice, than being here at the MODUS Super Series, a nice $5 prize on Saturday night for him. So job done for him. Whether or not it's on his mind, the 5 out of 5 and top in the group, probably irrelevant, really. If you'd offered him this morning that he's going to finish in the top 2, he'd have snapped your hands off. For Willem Mandigers, he's probably thinking, last game before I go home. But it might not be the last time we see his barrels, because the final game of the day is Tony Newell.
What do you think is going to happen in that? Do you think Tony's going to come out and use his normal darts, or is he going to continue with the darts that he came out into a 97.73 average in beating Jeffrey Bekema?
My only concern is that obviously for the next 10 minutes he won't be able to practice with any darts, if that's the case, just to keep your arm going. That'll do the difference. He probably had 15 minutes on the board last time with him. But I think he's playing for a bit of fun right now, Tony, in a professional way, and, you know, full of integrity to win the games, because the smile he had on his face going back, you know, albeit being a dead rubber, and he can stop Alec Small from winning the league as well. So there's always something to play for at the MODUS Super Series too. So it'll be interesting to see what he does, but it'll have to be a quick transition of flights and stems as well. So we'll see when that game comes up.
59.
How do you think Leonard will assess the past 2 days then? You know, he had a journey of what he wanted the
85.
weekend and Monday night to go. How do you think he assesses it so far?
Do you know what? I honestly don't think Leonard assesses or thinks too much, because, I mean, let's
100.
Be brutal with this assessment. If he was to do evaluations on his performance, he would be better at counting, because he'd learn from those mistakes that he's done before and put those into place. I think Leonard is all about, if we look at the delivery activity he's doing now, I think he has a plan, he delivers it, and makes a new plan. I don't think he plans, delivers, evaluates. I think he skips that evaluation phase of the game.
54. Willem, you require 119.
I'm not going to say it even more. It just could catch up with him on the biggest stage. That's
37.
my only worry.
Leonard, you require 38.
It did at the slam, didn't it?
It's not necessarily the fact, it's just the fact it's stopping his momentum, it's stopping his rhythm. It's not the fact he can't count.
Game
That
shot
might come back and bite him on the bottom.
Leonard
It's the
Gates.
fact that he's stop, start. For someone who's got like a fairly routine lobby rhythm, it's just the stop and asking,
Second leg, it's Willem to throw first. Game on.
But he's getting by. Who am I to say? All I can comment is on what I see.
60.
And look who left 162, 165 more than Phil Taylor.
60.
Good point, though, about the seniors for Leonard. I wonder if that's on his
97.
agenda.
I hope it is. I'd like to see Leonard Gates in those qualifiers. I think he'd be a very, very dangerous threat in the qualifiers, and I think he'd be a massive threat to that Seniors World Championship
60.
as well.
Our very own Chris Mason feeling confident. He's taken the whole of January off from his media work
98.
to focus on that. The first round draw on the 29th. Certainly a name I'll be trying to avoid.
85.
He did have a few choice words for you the other day, didn't he? He told you he was going to give you a right pumping.
134.
Oh, was that? I thought it was. I thought you found out about the bingo cheating.
140.
Willem, you require 112.
Only way to go on 112 is a big 4.
80. Leonard, you require 156.
Good thing about this, it's 2 on the same treble.
60. Willem, you require 32.
For the guy who suffered on the doubles more than anybody this week.
Game shot on the second leg.
Pings that
Willem
double.
Mandigers.
And there's the bottom lip that comes out.
Third leg, it's Leonard to throw first. Game on.
Game 2 of the afternoon has kicked off at the Alexandra Palace. 1 leg apiece. Or is Kritschmar against
140.
Toro Suzuki. It's a darts fest at the minute, isn't it? We've got the World Championships later on tonight. Then we've got Group B kicking off for the Super Series.
180.
Yes, we're back here at 10 o'clock tonight. I'm sure you'll all be watching Ali Pally Bo
85.
Greaves tonight, isn't it, Matt? Well, correct me if I'm wrong there. So there'll be a lot of interest in that game.
60. 137.
If you want to join us at 10 o'clock on Sporty Stuff, or the dedicated Modus Super Series YouTube channel.
55.
Fantastic. We've
Leonard,
got
you
5
require
wonderful players tonight,
139.
perfectly poised. And if you're enjoying your darts, then even more, come and see us in person on Saturday night. If you're anywhere near the Portsmouth area, all the details are on
93.
dartshop.tv.
$64. Leonard, you require 46.
Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's
Leonard
2-1 to Gates. I asked Leonard when I spoke to him yesterday. I was very critical of him when I commentated on him for Lakeside last year.
Fourth leg, it's Willem to
Bordering,
throw
and I was thinking I
first.
need to
Game on.
maybe stop it, just cool down a little bit. But I just saw someone, bags and bags of talent, someone who could actually
42.
win Lakeside, but he just couldn't count for Toffee. And I asked him if he ever did watch that, and he said he did. And he didn't take any, and he said he found it as constructive, and he realises.
134.
And his answer is he just gets in the zone. He's a power scorer. And whether he wants 182, he would probably ping 180 because he's just in that zone. He hasn't really learned to try and manage the dartboard. When it gets below that figure, then I said, well, that's where your improvements will come from.
180.
Despite all his flaws, he's regularly averaging over 90. And he's
57.
tetted that 100 average at times this week. And if it all clicks tomorrow, be interesting what the bookies think about the betting now.
137.
I think that's the first time I've heard it called the Bookies. It's a new expression.
66. Leonard, you require 50.
50 for Gates. Where does he go? 18 for double 16. 12 dart potential. Just slip that one
34.
into the double 8. He will be back. Willem nowhere near in this one. 238.
It might be like a relay race. Them
41.
barrels that you're seeing
Leonard,
there,
you
but it might be
require
like a baton.
16.
as he gets off the stage and transfers him across to
Game
Tony
shot the
Newell
fourth
next.
leg. Leonard Gates.
Leonard Gates has just shown in your prediction of 5 out of 5, Matt. It's looking
Fifth leg,
very,
it's
very
Leonard to
good right
throw
now.
First. Game on.
Well, it could be another one of Edgar's tips landing. He has not got a thing wrong so far this week. The
60.
lad's pretty good at them.
Apart from your clothing attire. Christmas jumpers galore this week.
We are now
83.
in the 12 days of Christmas. Granted, I've made this the 54 days of Christmas this year because I've been feeling very festive.
59.
But we are now just 9 days to go until the big date.
84.
8 days till Santa sets off.
Are you heading straight home after the final tomorrow?
Possibly.
140. 131.
Better darts than the inconsistently consistent Mandigers. Try saying that after 2 cans of Coke.
84.
We only won one, so you haven't got 2 to drink.
Size of 2.
Yeah, just look at the
33.
Twitter picture.
Leonard to require
For the match.
158.
Been a decent performance this from Leonard Gates, average of nearly 90. I think he's going 2 treble 18s bull. This could be the best shot I've ever seen.
92.
Oh,
Willem
it wasn't
require
in.
170.
That could have been one of my best ever favourite shots I've ever seen on a dartboard. We mentioned earlier, what's your favourite moment of 2022?
69.
That was nearly it.
Leonard to require 66. Game, shots, and the match.
Leonard Gates ends his campaign with another victory. He has gone through the card. He has gone 5 from 5, which if you tuned in this morning, the top tipster, Matt Edgar, did tell you that that's what he expected would happen. And there it is. Game 14 concludes in the way of Leonard Gates. We've got one more game to come this morning, and that's coming up in a couple of minutes' time when Alec Small takes on Tony Newell.
Welcome back. I'm joined by the man of the moment, Leonard Gates. Congratulations, qualified for finals night. Won every single game today. But yesterday, you won a couple of games. What was the mentality coming in today? Did you think you might need to win them all?
Yeah, coming in today, I did think I needed to win them all, or at least half, more than half. Yesterday was it was new to me, so I was kind of feeling my way around to see how it actually works, you know. So, I mean, all in all, you still got to play darts, you know.
Yeah, there was a couple of really big performances today as well, particularly beating Alec Small 4-1 because he's been the man to beat all throughout this group, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, definitely. He's been shooting some excellent darts. He stayed consistent, aggressive. But I told myself if I'm gonna beat him, I gotta stay aggressive with him or just match his game, you know.
Well, we've got the chance. Let's just reflect on your year overall because you've played at the Lakeside, you've played and won at Madison Square Garden, you're going to Ali Pali next week.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been a great year. Darts for me this year has been the most highlight of this year, you know, with the opportunity to play at Madison Square Garden, Lakeside. I've been over here several times, so it's been great. So hopefully it continues and finish off with a good year.
Yeah, and what will the plan be for 2023? Because there are a lot of options now for professional dart players. Obviously, a lot of them are this side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, it's hard to tell right now because right now my mind is just focused on each day, each tournament, each event at a time. I've sat and thought about it, but I was just like, I don't know what's gonna expect next year, but I'm just gonna be ready, you know.
Yeah, and the first thing on the agenda, of course, is coming back here tomorrow night to try and win finals night and pocket a nice £5,000.
Yeah, that's going to be a good feat in itself, you know, come back and see what I can do tomorrow night, yeah.
Well, you're there. Alec Small is there as well. He's about to play the last match of the day. He's taking on Tony Newell. Who knows whose darts he's playing with in this one, but the darts have been decent from this man. We'll see you again tomorrow, and we'll get the last game on.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Chris. A lovely interview there with Leonard. Speaks very, very well. In accent is really good. In very, very interested and keen to hear him talk about. He was just feeling himself around, and we talked about a lot of the debutants this week. A lot of the Dutchies are making their debut here, and you know all the experience they're going to get for the next time they come here will bear fruit, in my opinion. I also picked up on the word aggressive. I don't think I've really used that word for Alec, because that's exactly how he throws a dart. He's very direct, very consistent, and Leonard's actually very right in his analysis that it's a very aggressive throw. The moment he gets to the rocky there, the power that goes into the board. And now it's just about bragging rights. It's a game for Alec. He can just enjoy it to see if he can top the table. And for Tony, the baton has been transferred.
135.
And he's got Willem Mandigers darts, Luke Getty's flights and stem combination.
140.
Left him with a 98 average last time. He said he'd always wanted to use a sort of straight dart, but never really had the opportunity or
96.
never really had the guts, maybe is the right word, to sort of go down like that. And, you know, just being impartial there, it's nice,
100.
It's very nice, but I hope he doesn't make any rash decisions before he goes to Q school thinking that this is the right combination. But I do like everything the way they're going in right now, and a 98 average, and he started
100.
off great here.
It's the angle of entry of the dart. If that's consistent,
64.
it shows control.
Tony
If you
require
can control the dart, then
170.
you can guide it and work it into where you need it to be. And the angle of entry and the consistent depth of the dart, how deep it appears to be entering into the
57.
board. It's not like we're getting
require
one
140.
just gingerly in and one going deep in and different angles. That's a nice dart from Alec, double 10.
120. Tony require
Would have been a great way
130.
to start off this game. But Tony Newell, we've seen him take a few big shots, but he's back in those fives. It's another
28. Alec require 20.
And if he's going to win it tomorrow night, Alec, this is the only area I have the concerns.
Game shot on the first
Is he the
leg.
guy?
Alec
I think he's looking at me there to say, yes, I'll get there, Glenn. That's the only area, because off-air matches said
Second
that
leg,
he
it's
thinks
Tony to
Alec's got a
throw
real
first.
chance of winning
Game
tomorrow
on.
night. You know, the guy that's come through a champion of champions means you've got the caliber, you've got that dynamic game that you need for like a
97.
one-night situation there. He'll be pumped, he'll be up for it, and I think he'll enjoy a crowd here. So please come and cheer on the
42.
guys. And $5,000 to play for, and playing the champion of champions without being too sort of over the top. It can change your dart in life. Look at the
60.
Look at what it did for Conan Whitehead, who's going absolutely nightmare. So please come and join us. All the details on dartshop.tv. It'd be wonderful to see you. We'll stick our head out and come and say hello.
$97. 93.
What's your prediction for Bo Greaves then, Matt, for tonight?
I think it'd be a decent game, but I think we, or I say we, obviously I'm massive on the social
39.
media, absolutely love it. And one of the things I'm seeing a lot of is people writing off William
41.
O'Connor. I think that's a very, very dangerous tactic. William O'Connor is someone who's not going to be rattled by this. He's somebody who's got major achievements beyond the level that Bo's even qualified for yet, and he's been making the last stages
42.
of those events. You don't be a tour card holder for the amount of time that William O'Connor has been without being
60.
able to resist these sort of attacks on his position. And I do think Bo will play well. I think it'll be a good game. I can't see it being a 3-0. I would probably go 3-1 to William O'Connor.
125.
Can I tell you what the shock might be for her? She might need 3 hours to get there, 2 hours. We'll just see the conclusion of this, and I'll try and answer what I'm...
180. Tony
Go
required
across. Tony Newell 41. After that wonderful 1-2-5 setup.
Game shot on the second leg.
Lovely stuff, Tony Newell. Nice to see. Nice to watch. Nice to see the smile on his face after what's been a very difficult week.
Third leg, it's Alex to throw first.
In
Game
2019, I went to the Ali Pallion, and I was the outside bet for many people. And when I went there, I was surprised at how many interviews I had to do. So it'd be really good for Bo to get there with plenty of time. I had over an hour and a half worth of interviews. And that could be just a little bit off-putting, something she might not prepare herself for.
100.
So I think she's got good people around her. She's just an unbelievable talent. And, with Lisa and with Fallon, I think it's fantastic for the game right now. And she's going to put bums on seats. There's going to be a lot of media interest tonight for Bo. But just remember, she's 18-year-old.
60.
And just let her enjoy the experience. And let's see if she can smash that glass ceiling.
18-year-old, and let's not forget as well that this isn't just a step forward. This is a giant leap. She has never played in anything of this size before.
What's bigger, beating Willie O'Connor on that stage
24.
or going some ridiculous 70-odd games, winning 8 women's Super Series? Because I tell you what, that's a phenomenal feat she did when you've got the likes of Lisa and Fallon
41.
and, Dieter and Eileen, Lorraine, it just goes on and on and on, the names.
Suzuki.
57. Tony
really,
required
really good
154.
Enjoying Tony Newell right now. If only he'd use these darts on Monday.
130.
Great setup.
Alec required 160.
But Alec, I was going to say, it's all about the first dart because he just wonderfully follows through with his darts.
39.
He's like
Tony
any really good
24.
player, to be fair. If the first one goes in. For Newell, 6.
Game shot on the third leg.
He punches
Tony
that dart in.
Newell.
It's another brilliant performance here from Tony.
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
I wonder if Alec would be bothered about finishing top or second.
59.
Personally, for me,
58.
it never really bothered me. I just wanted to be through to Saturday. That's the big goal. That's where you want to be. You want to be playing in the final.
Tell you what's interesting, going back to that Bo game.
120.
Remember that game in the crowd in Germany when he played Max Hopp? You remember that game? And he really lost the plot at the European
140.
Championships. Look, the crowd are going to be on Bo's side today. So if I was in the corner of Willie O'Connor, I don't think Willie O'Connor tends to have a team around him. He very much an individual
63.
is Willie, but if his response is anything like it was that day, that could be a deciding factor as well.
I think he's matured a
44.
lot since there as well, though, hasn't he? He was probably going through a period of time there where he was on that borderline. Is he going to move forward and continue with his career, or is he going to drop off the tour? When you're looking for those wins in
57.
those situations,
Yeah.
you're a lot more emotional. And I think that emotional side of Willie is completely gone now.
59.
We'll be discussing these later on, won't we, on Edgar TV? Having a good chat through the night's action, discussing tomorrow afternoon's action as well. and answering
45.
any questions you may have.
100.
Yes,
Tony
a
required
satisfied, settled Willie
157.
is always best.
$45. Alec require 100.
Two dart combination. You may see two tops, so that's a perfect dart for him there.
Game shot on the
Getting
fourth
quick
leg.
fire time.
Alec Small.
Don't even get a chance to think that 16s is his route. That was always my preferred option, the treble 16, but I was always criticised for doing it.
Fifth leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
But I'd always rather have one dart at 16s than two at tops.
I agree. I was exactly the same with
128.
that one. Not a fan of tops, hate it.
Yeah, I
Love the
played
16s.
I was against Gary Honest that game at Grand Slam, and I wanted 100. Hit a single 20 and went
44.
treble 16, and everyone said, why didn't you go tops?
92.
Well, if there's ever an advocate of don't let one thing, which is what Boring Dozer did point out earlier,
45.
when he even called himself Boring Dozer, he says, don't let one moment make your decisions for you. Tony Newell is currently
140.
averaging 73 in this one.
But they're sitting nicely. He's got some decisions to make. I don't like the way they're going in.
99.
Absolutely, you
Alec
can't make a
require
judgment based on
141.
the short-term outcome.
And-
You've
and-
got to
and-
look at the clues to give you the long-term outcome, not the short-term gains.
And it's more the younger
65.
players when they're coming for the coaching as well. I mean, they're like suitcases now, the dark cases. And what do you think of these flights? What do you think of these stems?
59. Alec requires 76.
At least 59.
36.
Another maxi.
180. Alec, you require 40.
Put some pressure on this tops.
26. Tony requires 74. 44. Alec, you require 14.
Just on top of that.
Game shot on the
How
fifth
sensible
leg.
is that from the young
Alec
man?
Small.
That double 7, he didn't like the look of that, the way the dart was sitting up. So quite quickly, it's amazing how quickly his
Sixth leg,
brain
it's
works
Tony
with
to
such a
throw
great
first.
darting
Game
brain.
on.
6 double 4 was his route, and he pings that with aplomb.
40.
I'm glad I'm commentating and not spotting
51.
on this game because he's rapid. Absolutely rapid. Just trying to second guess him is very difficult.
92. 140.
And quite simply, Alec has to win this game to top the group. For bragging rights more than anything.
136.
For Tony Newell. He's got some questions he needs answering when he gets home. I
83.
think he's blessed the fact that he had this opportunity to use this straight to barrel. We've seen his fat battle with a small flight, his fat battle with a medium pair flight.
133.
For me, these are the darts that are sitting best for him.
97. Tony require 100.
A rapid Alec Small. And very similar to the way Alec went. That leaves
57. Alec, you require 130.
Only need the one treble in this combination. So let's just sit on top of that. The treble 18 above.
65. Tony, you require 43.
And this is an area he's been weak on this week. Double 10.
Game shot on the 6th
But
leg.
not with these darts.
Tony Newell.
And of course, it's the last game of the day. It's been a day of many, many 4-3s. And the only way to finish it today was to go that.
First.
So
Game
quite
on.
simply, if Alec Small wins this leg, he wins the group. If he loses the leg, Leonard Gates takes the group. But fundamentally, both of them are through to Saturday night, and that's all they really care about.
59.
For Tony Newell, it's been a long week. Ups and downs, and mainly downs.
140.
I think he's going for the quickest 180 of all time, is Alec today. And in no time, 177, 140.
26.
Massive favourite now.
100.
It's the end of the road for Tony Newell.
40. Alec, you require 84.
9 darts from 84. Double 18.
Game shot.
Double 18
and
with
the
a plum.
match,
Alec Small takes Group C from Tony Newell, who's had a long week. But it's Leonard Gates. Alec Small will be seen on Saturday night alongside Adam Warner. It's warmed up really nice. We'll be back tonight at 10 o'clock. But today belongs to Leonard Gates and Alec Small.
Yeah, it certainly does. Alec Small, it looked like was going to be through from what we saw yesterday, Matt. But Leonard Gates, he really did turn on the style, didn't he?
Yeah, he needed to go 5 from 5. I thought he was. I thought he was the capable player doing so. He needed to be the class act that he is. And he's gone through now and he's in. That's all you've got to do. Just get through. It doesn't matter what position you go to, whether you win the group second or even in tonight's case, finishing third. Just get through. Get into that finals night. You've got a chance.
Final confirmation of the group table then. Alec Small topping it on 16 points. Leonard Gates, he actually did it with a game to spare in the end. 14 points for him. Just a word for Luke Getty, though. He really showed some real tenacity towards the end of the week.
Absolutely. It'd have been so easy for Luke Getty just to have got in that bad habit and just losing becomes a habit, doesn't it? It gets tiring, it gets draining. And he's turned around, he's got 5 from 5. I think 5 wins, 5 defeats. I think he'll be happy with that, 10 points and just finishing that third position. Lots to build on, and I'd expect to see him back here again.
And as for Newell in 4th place, we had a little laugh, you and Glenn did as well, about Tony's tungsten tinkering. But as he ended up leaving here with more questions than answers.
If I was Tony Newell, I'd put this down to a very disappointing experience. We expected a lot more from him. When we was looking at the odds, we was going, ooh, have they got that wrong? That's a bit big for a man with the CV that Tony Newell's got. They got it bang on. He was the outsider when you look at his level of performance. But when you look at what he was bringing here, you expected more from him. And I certainly expected more from him. I know Glenn did. And I think he expected more from himself as well. So he'll be disappointed, but you will not define your career by 1 week. And you can just rub this one off and move forward. Don't look back.
Yeah, well, we now know 3 players through, Gates, Small and Adam Warner, who won Group A. But Group B will be completed this evening. And we'll take a look at the table ahead of tonight's session. 3 players already on 6 points. Now, in this group, 12 is guaranteed through. Usually 10 is more than enough as well. So are we looking at anybody breaching the top 3 out of Rob Collins and Kai Fan Lung, or do you think it's a foregone conclusion?
I suppose it'd be better if I stood here and said that actually I think that we're going to get moving in there and it'd make it more exciting, but unfortunately I don't. I think the top 3 is set, it's just who finishes in what position.
Yeah, that would have been better, wouldn't it? No point watching tonight because we already know what's going to happen. No, really, we never do. That's why we play the games, of course. You can join us from 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series channel to see who fills the final 3 places at finals night tomorrow.